Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It's 1:30. We will begin the meeting. Can we start with a roll call, please?
Commissioner Shoemaker,
Present.
Commissioner Gossick Sideman,
Present.
Commissioner David,
Present.
Vice Mayor Moore, Mayor Hillman,
Present.
Town Manager Labadie,
Present.
Town Attorney Tercivia.
Here.
Thank you.
And if we can all stand, please, for the Pledge of Allegiance.
United States of America. To the republic which stands one nation under God.
Okay, does anyone have any adjustments to recommend for the agenda? And if not, we'll call for an approval of the agenda.
I move that we approve the agenda as presented. I second that.
All in favor, just say aye.
Aye.
Okay, presentations and proclamations can be found on page 7. This is resolution number 2022-025. The resolution of the Town Commission of the Town of Highland Beach, Florida, ratifying the selection, appointments, and term of office of members of the Board of Adjustments and Appeals and providing for an effective date. I believe we have only Fred Rosen to come. Fred, would you come up to the podium, please? Fred has agreed to continue to serve, and it would be for his second 3-year term. We'll just go through the commission, see if anyone has any questions or comments of him. Start with you, John.
So yes, Fred, know you very well and the support you've given the town over years. Certainly, we on this commission appreciate the sacrifices that you've made over years. And I've gone through your paperwork. I can only say with a resounding support of yes.
Thank you, John.
Yeah, I've worked with Fred for years and I know he's a hard worker and conscientious about what he does. And I think he is an admirable appointment to that committee.
Thanks, Peggy, anything?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. When I first got elected, there was no code officer, and since then we've just come to astounding heights with code enforcement and doing the right thing. So I wondered if we could ask Mr. Rosen, how do you feel about the productivity of the board and moving in that direction? Could you just give me a brief assessment?
You're talking about the code enforcement? I didn't hear.
Adjustments and appeals.
I'm sorry, adjustments. Sorry.
Well, I wish we
Correct.
met more often, but other than that, I mean, it's a good group of people that seems to be hard workers.
Do you have any recommendations or, you know?
Just we should meet a little bit more often, just to get together and discuss things.
Okay, we'll take that.
In the
under advisement.
chamber.
Pardon?
I mean, we need to elect officers. We haven't done that for 2 years. So
When was the last meeting? Do you
the
recall?
last meeting was almost 2 years ago.
Oh, nobody's appealing it.
Nobody's appealing. We gotta get the planning board to turn stuff down.
So no news is good news, I guess, huh?
Well, I guess we're doing a great job then. Those
Right.
adjustments and appeal. Okay, well, should they perhaps meet once a year just to reassess?
I would
there any
think
way
that'd be
of
a good
setting that up?
idea. I mean, just if nothing
Correctly?
more than to elect officers.
Yeah,
I mean, we just,
Oh, you'll do it at the next meeting.
Okay,
Okay.
that'd be great. Well, thank you for that. I too have known Fred and seen his work other than that.
Thank you.
So appreciate everything you do and of course concur with my colleagues. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with everything that's been said so far, and thank you very much for volunteering, and I fully support reappointment.
thank you.
Well, we obviously appreciate your service and we thank you. Have you considered possibly serving on a different board only because this one meets so rarely?
I had considered it.
Okay.
I don't know what openings or what board there are. But
Well,
I would consider the planning board if there was an opening.
Okay, if you'll just fill out the appropriate paperwork, if there isn't, we can put you on the waiting list then.
Sounds good.
Okay, I have no questions at all. Thank you again for your service, even though it's been so limited.
Thank you. I appreciate the work the commission's doing and I appreciate everything that's out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we need a motion on Mr. Rosa.
I move we approve resolution number 2022-025.
I second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, congratulations and thank you again. Okay, let's move on to a very important subject. And that's one of lightning protection. And we're very fortunate to have Cole Newman and Mike Dillon here with us. They have prepared a PowerPoint presentation that they're going to go through for us. And then there'll be a significant amount of time left for Q&A. So we'll turn it over to you and we're all ears.
All right. Again, I'm Mike Dillon. I'm with Bonded Lightning Protection. We're a lightning protection contractor headquartered in Florida. And we're going to do a lightning protection presentation today. It's on behalf of the Lightning Safety Alliance. I'm just waiting for it to pull up.
Well, while she's working on that,
Yeah.
what I'll say is I was involved in inviting Bonded Lighting to come up here because I see that there are so many buildings in our community that don't have any lightning protection. In fact, when you ask the question of many of the residents, they go, "Oh,
What is-
I didn't know anything about that. Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
Oh, maybe we should do something."
yeah. A lot of times we get, oh yeah, we've got one of those on here. And it's just people assuming that they do, but
Yeah, they all assume it.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
And so it was on that basis, I said, okay, I got to give, who should I call? But a company that's already done the projects at the Hard Rock Stadium, the Guitar Hotel, all kinds of other facilities and condos, and you'll hear more.
Yeah. All right.
That took up some time.
So again, this presentation is put on by the Lightning Safety Alliance. It's just a basic lightning protection 101. Quick overview, we'll discuss some lightning facts and figures, talk about what is lightning, the elements of a lightning protection system, standards and requirements, quality assurances, and then we'll discuss some non-conventional methods. So a bolt of lightning can generate heat in excess of 50,000 degrees Fahrenheit. That's hotter than the surface of the sun. Lightning travels 90,000 miles per second and thunder travels 0.2 of a mile per second. So a good rule of thumb is that 5 seconds between the flash and the bang, the thunder and the lightning means lightning is 1 mile away. This is the Visaya lightning density map. It shows lightning all over the United States. And as you can see here in Florida and South Florida, particularly, you know, we're the lightning capital of the United States. We get more lightning down here than anywhere else in the country, you know, as you guys are all aware of. Some safety and economic consequences. So 3 to 5% of all commercial, and this also pertains to multifamily residential, of all commercial insurance claims are lightning related. Annual property losses due to lightning in the United States exceed $1 billion. The FAA estimates lightning costs the airlines $2 billion annually in operating costs and passenger delays. Lightning is the leading cause of all church fires. And if anybody can take a guess, the reason for that is you have a steeple, and the steeple is basically a lightning rod that's ungrounded. Lightning is one of the leading causes of weather-related deaths. And 250,000 insurance claims for lightning damage are paid every year. The average claim is 7,400. This PowerPoint's a little older, so those numbers have gone up, you know, significantly. So what can happen due to a lightning strike? These are just some pictures of homes in a commercial building that were struck by lightning. A lot of times lightning will hit the roof of a building or a home. It gets into the attic, sparks a fire, and you can end up with things like this. And then these are some of the consequences as well. Can you hit play for me here? So this is just a quick video, kind of shows you the power of lightning. It's a pretty neat video. You watch that big tree in the back there,
Oh,
shows you what lightning can do there. And I'll skip to the next one. So real quick, we'll just go over what is lightning. You know, if you ever walk in, you grab a door handle, metal door handle, and you get shocked.
stop.
It's the friction of, you know, between your shoes, it, you know, puts up positive and negative charges, and you hit that and you get your shock. So lightning is just the same thing. on a much greater scale that starts in the clouds. So there's several different types of lightning. You've got main positive charges and negative charges that build up that cause cloud to ground lightning. Then you've got intercloud lightning, which is just lightning between two clouds. Intra-cloud lightning, which is just lightning within the same cloud. And then cloud to air lightning that you see all the time around here as well. So I got one more video here, I think, if we're gonna hit play. And this is just gonna show you, so lightning doesn't necessarily, people think of it as one strike, but when this is slowed down, you know, lightning oftentimes will make several, the same one strike can hit, you know, ground or buildings or things like that. Several times with the different branches that it has there. I think it's yeah, okay. All right, so when discussing lightning and lightning safety, you may hear that, you know, if you're outside and there's a storm, you should wait for the storm to pass for at least 10 minutes because it's been shown that lightning can travel up to 10 miles outside of a storm to strike the ground. So this was a plot done in 2014, and point A is where the lightning strike originated. Point B is where it struck ground, and point C is where the photograph was taken from over there on the right. The distance from the origin of the strike to the ground was 9.22 miles. So that's why if you're outside, thunderstorm comes in, it passes, it's not overhead of you anymore. You still want to stay out or stay inside for a little while because, you know, it happens where it's, you know, bright and sunny overhead and a lightning strike will still come. This is a quick animation, if we can hit play one more time, of, you know, the different points of that actual lightning strike where it, you know, all the different branches off it and where it actually struck ground. Through here. So when a lightning strike happens, like I said earlier, you get positive and negative charges. When it's on a building, they're going to build up on the highest points typically of the building. Those positive and negative charges cause the strike to happen on the highest points. So typically on, you know, a building like this, most likely it's going to hit the chimney, or it may hit the other side, the peak. So that's typically where the air terminals are going to be located. These are the different elements of a lightning protection system. So you got your air terminals, which are your lightning rods, your conductors, which are your cable that attach all the air terminals together, the bonding connections, which we'll use to bond all the different things on a rooftop system, whether they be roof drains, you know, pipes coming through the roof, things like that, and then grounding terminations. So all this is tied together and it goes down to ground on the outside of the building or on the interior of the building if it's built during or done during new construction. So if lightning hits the building, it's going to hit the system and have a safe path to ground. Another critical point of a lightning protection system is surge protection devices. These should go on all incoming power and all different services that come into the building. The installation standards that should be followed when a lightning protection system is installed, there's three main ones. NFPA 780. This is put out by NFPA. It's the most stringent and the best standard for lightning protection systems. This is great for new construction because a lot of times on taller buildings, it will require a ground loop around the outside of the building. Then you have UL 96A, which is very similar, it just does not require a ground loop. And then LPI 175, that's very similar to NFPA as well. This is what a typical commercial system looks like. So you got air terminals placed every 20 feet on average around the outside of the building. Any taller parts of the building, any rooftop units, those are all going to have air terminals as well. Everything's tied in together. And then the down leads and ground rods are spaced every 100 foot around the perimeter of the building. And this is what a typical residential system will look like. Again, as I said earlier, along the ridge of the home, the lightning rods will go. Any chimneys you have, dormers, all the places where lightning is typically going to strike. We go down to ground every 100 feet around the perimeter of the home. It's also required by the standards that we tie into incoming water, electric, and then your surge protection as well. These are the air terminals. So these are what the different type of standard air terminals that there are. The pointy ones are kind of been phased out since the late 1990s. Now they go with the little more rounded top, which are just mostly for safety reasons. When we're designing a lightning protection system, and I think we're going to need the play button on this one. Yeah. We use the rolling sphere method, which tells us where exactly the lightning rods need to go. And if you're going to get any sort of coverage from, a higher roof to a lower building or a lower roof. So as you can see there, it hits the points at each end of the edge, and everywhere in between is under the zone of protection. And this is just going to show you where the grounding system goes. All right, now we go to the next one. And if you did play on this one as well, and I believe this is the last thing we have. So again, when we're designing a system, we use this rolling sphere method, and this is a good example on a commercial building or a high-rise residential building. We use this rolling sphere, and it tells us exactly, where the rods are required to go, and you are going to get coverage if you've got a higher roof level to a lower roof level. So this gives us a good idea of how we're going to design the system to meet the standards that are required. So all the little red dots there where the air terminals are going to be required. And, everything in between there falls under a zone of protection. This just gives you a kind of a little bit better detailed layout. So where you can see all those little spikes there, the air terminals are lightning rods. And then that's going to go over it again. So I'm just going to skip to the next slide. Rooftops considerations when we're installing a lightning protection systems, air terminals must be replaced at regular intervals every 20-foot minimum within 24 inches of the outside of roof edges, corners, and ridge ends. When you're dealing with a flat roof, they have to be placed at 50-foot intervals every 100 foot of mid-roof. You must protect roof equipment, and more is more. So you want to, make sure you're protecting everything that's required so you don't have any flashover, and protecting the whole building. These are some different installation examples, different ways that we can install the air terminals. We can mount them on the side of a parapet wall. A lot of times we put them on top of the parapet wall using adhesive. That way you don't have to penetrate any coping cap. On new construction, a lot of times if we've got the space to do it, we run the air terminals in the wire underneath the roof and just the air terminals popping through. That way it's just a cleaner installation. And then again, the rooftop equipment, the air terminals will be all over the rooftop equipment, especially everything that's not under a zone of protection. And that all ties back into the main system and gives you a path to ground. Utilizing architecture. So a lot of times, especially, in a town like Highland Beach, you'll have high rises that have different architectural features, and you may not want a lightning rod if it's on a balcony and it's required there. So what we try to do is we utilize the architecture. So if you've got any sort of metal or things like that, we can actually use that metal as an air terminal, and we just bond the metal and use that. So, you can see on this railing here, it's a metal railing. We bond to that, ties back to the system, and there's no, unsightly lightning rods on balconies. That picture on the bottom right is a lighthouse on a balcony. Same thing. It's a metal lighthouse that's just bonded and tied back to the system. These are some different green roof applications in different places in the country. And, basically with any type of rooftop or, things on the roof, we can always find a way to tie them in. You got solar panels there. We run into that a decent amount, and we're able to protect the solar panels that are on top of the roof as well as the rest of the building. When dealing with lightning protection, we typically use copper or aluminum. Those are the two main conductors that are used. It just depends on, where in the country or, what type of rooftop considerations you're dealing with what you'll use, whether it be copper or aluminum. Typically, if you're, somewhere close to the salt water, copper is going to be a better system that lasts longer because the salt air doesn't eat it up. Aluminum systems, they just have a little bit shorter of a shelf life because over time the salt air will corrode the aluminum wire and then you're going to need to change some of that wire out. When designing a lightning protection system and installing it, multiple paths to ground are mandatory. So any air terminal will be required to have 2 paths to ground. And isolating the charge is not an option. So the entire system needs to be tied together. Another option is if you have a building that's got structural steel, instead of running down leads from top to bottom, you can actually bond the steel of the building and use that as your conductor. And these are just some examples of what that, you know, tying the steel the system to the steel would look like. This is new construction residential. We do this often. You run the wire all within the attic, you know, sometimes even going through the wood. A lot of times people get concerned because you would think that, you know, lightning, it's hot, it's going through wood, it's going to set the wood on fire. But if you go back to that fact earlier, that lightning travels 10,000 miles per second, because it travels so fast, it does not heat up the conductor. It just goes to ground. And then this would be a retrofit on a house. We use the you know, the features of the building to hide the conductor as best way possible. A lot of times we go alongside gutters or the natural, you know, stone lines of the structure. And then again, like I said before, we're tying everything that's got any ground potential back to the main system. So anything that's on the roof that's got ground potential, whether it be a roof drain or a water pipe, those are all going to be tied back to the system. So there's no chance of flash over, no chance of something else getting struck and you know, creating or causing damage. And then these are just some internal connections. Skip through this. Installation of ground terminals, basically exactly what you see here. We use 10-foot ground rods and drive those into the earth and tie the system to those rods, and that's what gives us our ground. Again, surge protection devices that I spoke about earlier, they're very important because not only do they tie the whole system together, but they also, surge protection are going to help you from an indirect strike. So a strike were to hit down the street and come in through the earth, that surge protection is going to help protect your electronics from causing or having any damage. These are just some other. So this is a pretty neat video here. If you could hit up the next one here. So this is at the University of Florida, that building they built to track lightning protection systems and how they work and the effectiveness of them is. And what they did is that little building there, they shot up a rocket and attached to the rocket during a thunderstorm, and attached to the rocket, it had a copper lead to it. So they were able to shoot that up in the air, get the lightning to hit that, and then it brought it down to that building, which had a lightning protection system. So they were able to see lightning hitting the building and see that there was no damage to the building and the system worked the way it was. That's up at University of Florida. They did that right outside University of Florida. And these are some just different reports that discuss lightning protection and the importance of it. You know, State Farm has done things on it, Department of Defense, FAA, all these different reports just discuss the importance of lightning protection. And then these are just different specifications. So when installing a system, we always recommend that you get a third-party inspection, and that would be the LPI IP. They come out, and after a contractor installs the system, they're the one that comes out and inspects the system. Once they do, they provide you with a certificate. That certificate's good for 3 years. And what they say is this system was installed the way it was supposed to for 3 years, as long as nothing's done to damage the system. You know, we're certifying it, and you know, it was installed correctly. Every 3 years, you should have them come back out and re-inspect it. And if anything needs to be done, then the changes can be made. Skip over this real quick, I know I'm running out of time. So these are just some different structures that have lightning protection systems. I'll just go through them real quick. This is a home, a hospital there, and just different buildings here. This was a hotel in Dallas, Texas, that's got lightning rods on it. And you can see that it's, you know, it blends into the building, and it's not, you know, it's something that looks good. These are some different buildings that are condominiums that we've done here in Florida. I'll just kind of go through these real quick.
So Mike, we are obviously the capital of lightning in the country here. Okay,
Yeah, absolutely.
we're fully aware of that.
Yeah.
And the map you supplied us with
Yeah.
obviously shows
Yeah.
that. Can you give us just some ranges on what is the cost of installing something like this for the typical house? And
Typical-
let's say for a 15 or 16-story building?
Okay. A typical house, we typically say about between $1 and $1.50 per square foot. That's a good kind of budget price. So,
Okay,
2,000 square foot house, $3,500 is a, pretty fair number around there. Every house is going to be
Sure.
different because of, different things on it. A condominium, would you say a 16-story condominium?
yeah.
I'd say a ballpark, maybe 50,000. It just depends on the height and if it's done during new construction as a retrofit. But I'd say those are pretty good.
Well, for our town, they're all existing
Yeah,
buildings.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
it's, I'd say a 50,000 is kind of a good starting point,
Okay,
give-
well, at least we got an idea.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
All right, let's see if anybody here has any questions, then we'll open it up to see if anybody else has. Let's start with you, John.
Well, obviously in preparation for this and being inspired to call you in the first place, I did some homework. One thing I learned is who invented the lightning rod? Let's go right back to the beginning. Who would you think? Ben Franklin, of course, right? And apparently up until that time, all these buildings would burn down from
Yeah.
lightning and they'd be replacing town halls, every year or two
Yeah.
because of lightning.
Yeah,
And as soon as he came out with his notice, hey, I just discovered this.
yeah,
They stopped putting up rods and it saved
yeah,
millions
yeah.
of dollars worth. Anyways, surge protection for the whole building.
Mhm.
Is there a way to do that works for the whole building without each tenant having to have their own surge protection?
Yes, I mean, the ideal way to do it would be, so any incoming power, so every building has got, their main incoming power, their main panels, they may have 6 or 7 panels before it goes down to, each individual unit. You would want to provide surge protection on that.
Okay, so one of the questions for the condos is,
Yeah.
what are they doing for surge protection for the whole building?
So, yeah.
The other point is, how does a lightning rod work? It's negative and positive. I get that.
Yeah,
It's not necessarily to attract the lightning, but if it dissipates the ions or whatever, then the lightning won't strike at all.
no, so what happens is you've got these lightning protection systems. If lightning is going to hit your building, it's going to hit whether our system is there or not. Lightning's looking for the path of least resistance to ground, and that's what these systems do, because they're the conductors and they're giving the system to ground, giving them path to ground. If you don't have a building, a lot of times, or a lightning protection system on a building, we'll see a building will get hit and it'll take out a chunk of the corner of the building, on the rooftop. And the reason it's doing that is because you got rebar in there, and that rebar's got to ground. So it's making its way through the concrete, trying to get to ground, and hits the rebar.
Yeah, we
Not a
have
very good ground.
rebar and post-tension cables.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
the other thing is, a lot of the condos anyways, not only do they have their water coolers and air conditioning
Mhm.
systems on the roof,
Mhm.
they also, which is all aluminum,
yeah,
and there's also an electrical room on the roof
Yeah.
for the building.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the proximity makes it very
oh,
dangerous.
yeah. And that causes a lot of electrical problems, direct strikes and.
Right, so when you do have a lightning strike to a rod
Mhm.
and goes through the connecting wire to the ground,
Mhm.
does that mean the rod and the wires are all burned out?
Nope.
Or they're
Yeah.
untouched?
They're untouched. It goes
It's
back,
amazing.
yeah, it goes back to the speed of lightning that it goes through. And it's just electricity going through an electrical system, and it's just giving it a path to ground.
So some also believe that because we have cast iron pipes
Mhm.
for sewage in our condos and they go right to the roof,
Mhm.
right? So rather than ground it separately with a wire coming down each side of the building
Mhm.
and then your 10-foot grounding spike, just connect it on the roof to the cast iron pipe, because that just goes down
Yeah.
through the sewer.
Yeah.
Now, why doesn't that work? Besides, it would blow up the sewer. No.
Yeah. Several reasons. I mean, so the entire building has to have a common ground. That's the whole point of these systems, is that everything's tied in together. So if you're just doing that and tying it to the sewer, you don't have a common ground. So the likelihood of that you're gonna have some sort of flashover is very likely. So, it hits that, there's a good chance that's gonna, I mean, lightning will follow that down to ground, but on its way, it's gonna flash over and take out your electrical systems.
If it does, now the question comes to insurance.
Mhm.
By having a lightning protection system, do you see a difference in insurance for these condos, especially because they're getting hit with huge spikes in
Like,
insurance?
yeah, so yes, and it depends on the insurance company, and that was actually on that last slide there. The trends, and especially in Florida, are that more and more insurance companies are providing discounts for having lightning protection systems. We also see buildings and homes that have gotten hit and taken big losses, where the insurance company has come back and said, if you don't put a lightning protection system on, we're gonna drop you. So on both ends, yes, there's savings.
One last question. I'm sorry. Like I said, I did a little homework, so I could drill into this a bit. We also know we have condos that have lightning protection systems that were installed years ago.
Mhm.
And now the spikes have fallen over, the connectors are all corroded and whatnot. So how long can we expect it to last, even when using copper on the ocean here as a barrier island?
If it's properly maintained, we always say it should last at a minimum the life of the roof.
The life of the roof.
The life of the roof, if not much longer. I mean, so, you got a 20, 30-year roof, if it's properly maintained. Now, to properly maintain it, we recommend that you call somebody out every year just to go up and look at the roof, make sure there's no damages. A lot of times an AC unit's replaced, the lightning protection was taken off the old AC unit and either put back on shoddily by the AC contractor or just left there. Clips, can get somebody walking on the roof, can kick it loose, and you got, loose connections. So we recommend you have it inspected once a year, and then every third year have a third party come out and inspect it and redo that certification. And that certification is typically, the third party certification is typically what's required by an insurance company to get discounts.
Mike, Cole, thank you very much. I appreciate your coming here and
My pleasure.
educating us a
Thanks
bit,
for having
and
us.
frankly, the town,
Yeah.
as they may be listening.
You
All
got
right,
it.
thank
Thanks
you.
for having us.
Yeah, approximately how much time would it take to install one of these systems? I mean, I know there are a lot of,
Yeah, I mean, one of these
Parameters.
condos, couple weeks. We should be able to get done. A house, we typically do it in a day or two, but condo, a couple weeks. It depends on the height of it. The roof, just, but 2 weeks typically
Okay.
get a system done.
and I'm assuming if they're doing recertification work on the stucco, that it should be put in after that's finished?
Yes,
Thank you.
Peggy?
Thanks, Mayor. As happens often when we have a topic at town, it happened to me. In this case, we had 3 live oak trees in my front yard. I'm in a single family home. One is gone, hit by lightning about 3 years ago. So it happens.
oh, yeah.
And I'm in a 2-story home, didn't hit the home.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering how many reports you have, and do you go rushing around the county to repair lightning struck items? Or is it just very infrequently? Do you do preventative work or do you follow up work?
Both.
Okay.
I mean, we push preventative. I mean, especially, new construction or just, we recommend, being in Florida, having a lightning protection system is a pretty good idea. What we see a lot is, somebody's neighbor's home got struck by lightning. And then the neighbor will call us. And then the person whose home got struck by lightning will call us once their home's fixed. And, ask us to come out and take a look. So, we see a lot of that.
Got it. And can you elaborate on how many insurance companies provide discounts and about how much they are? Or
That I
which
don't have
ones?
that information on
Okay,
me.
just
I
wanted-
do have something on that. And I have a list. I just don't have it with me
Sure.
of insurance companies in Florida that do, but it's constantly changing.
Sure, understood. And do you know if of other municipalities or counties who require this?
So,
installation of preventative lightning maintenance?
so the state of Florida is the only state in the country that has any code requirements, and that's in the Florida Building Code.
Right.
Schools, hospitals, nursing facilities are all required to have lightning protection systems. A lot of municipalities require it on their municipal buildings. You know, the FAA requires it on all the airports, but as far as requirements for, you know, anything outside that, there's not. There was a few years ago, the Florida Building Code made a push to get lightning protection required on pretty much all commercial buildings. It was close, it was gonna happen, and then it, you know, people got involved.
Well, it speaks to that balance of how much do you force people to protect themselves
Yeah,
and their
exactly.
property, and how
Yeah.
much do you allow them to take a risk and
Yeah.
make their own decisions? So I understand.
Yeah.
That's a continuing discussion.
Yep, absolutely.
Just like we wouldn't be do this building recertification likely if we hadn't lost Surfside.
Yeah,
So I get
yeah,
it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Is there any difference in types of roof? Sorry. In terms of tile or what about the Key West style metal roofing? Does any of that weigh in terms of protection or not?
No, I mean, no roof is going to give you any sort of protection from, you know, from a direct lightning strike.
Got it. And could you speak to the theory of everyone out of the pool when I used to lifeguard. So could you speak to that, everyone out of the pool during a lightning thunderstorm or say the field? I know over here at the park at the end of Spanish River Boulevard, there is a lightning monitor that goes off when there's an impending
warning
storm
system.
and they clear the field.
Yeah, yeah.
At the 4 schools there now, 4 schools at that intersection. Could you speak
Yeah.
to that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as far as being outside anywhere, you know, we use the LSA, their slogan is when thunder roars, go indoors. And it's if you can hear thunder, that means there's lightning in the area. So, you know, I mean, I know with my kids, you know, if second I hear any thunder, it's out of the pool inside, or, you know, wherever they are, get inside. And then lightning warning systems are great. I mean, you know, a lot of people don't like them. You know, you might be at a sporting event and, you know, it'll pause the game and it's sunny overhead, but there's different ranges that you could set them at. You know, you can set them 5 miles, 10 miles, 15 miles. But the reason for that is, you know, if there's a strike, you know, I showed you earlier, 10 miles away, that means it could come, you know, travel 10 miles. So, you know, those systems are very important.
So it's not overkill to put those in place. Okay,
I think
great.
there's a fine line of what you set that distance to.
What would
but-
you call the line at?
I would say 10 miles.
And then when is that over? When, is it just depend on the size of the storm or when
So
do you,
typically
when do
it's,
they call back?
typically it is 30 minutes from the last lightning strike within that, whatever the radius that you have. So I know at our park where my kids play sports, that's how they have it set. And I'm sure you could adjust those, but you know, I think 10 miles is 30 minutes and 10 miles is probably pretty safe.
Great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Hi, so do you have data on, like, what's the percentage of buildings that actually get struck? I mean, we're here in Florida, we're in the capital lightning. And I don't know if it would go by, I don't know, what's the percentage of buildings over 10 stories that actually get hit?
Mhm.
Maybe the percentage of buildings above 5 stories that actually get hit? What's the percentage of single family homes that actually
Yeah.
get hit? Do you have?
I
information?
don't, because I don't think a lot of it gets always reported if you have a lightning strike, you know, because a lot of times you might not know it's a lightning strike. You just know that you lost your elevator and your elevator's not working, and you know, so the company comes in. I would say, you know, taller buildings, there's a pretty good chance that they've been struck by lightning, whether it was direct or indirect. You know, in homes, you know, we do a lot of residential homes, and I mean, I see a lot of homes that are struck by lightning. And when a home is struck by lightning, it's typically, you know, not a good result, because if it takes a direct strike, most of the times it's gonna hit the home and it's gonna start a little fire in the attic. And typically what happens is you don't even realize that your home was struck. You know, you heard a loud lightning strike, you might walk outside and everything's fine, but then that little spark in the attic, you know, turns into a fire, and then, you know, 30 minutes later, you got flames shooting out of your roof. So, I mean, the percentage of or the chance of your home getting hit isn't great until it does. You know?
Until you're that unlucky one that gets
Yeah,
struck.
yeah. I had a couple years ago in my neighborhood, within a week, I had 2 homes in my neighborhood that were struck by lightning.
Okay, that's all the questions I have.
Does anybody who's sitting here have any questions that they'd like to ask? Right. Excuse me, you have to go up here and you have to introduce yourself and tell us where you live.
So for the record, this is public comments.
Yeah, this isn't the official public comments, but I want to give everybody an opportunity to ask him.
5 minutes.
Hello, my name
Yeah,
is
you have
David
5
Newman.
minutes.
I live in townhouses at Highland Beach. My question is, does the city of Highland Beach keep any records of lightning strikes for either condos or for residential property?
I'll refer to Marshall, our town
Nope.
manager on that.
We do not.
Thank you.
Okay, I saw another hand. Yes.
Good afternoon, Judith Goldberg. I'm at the Seagate condos. I have a question. Are there any known grants or subsidies, tax credits for the any subsidies for prevention?
No.
No.
Not. Okay.
No.
I lost my home after 3 hits
Oh.
from lightning. Finally, it was direct hit and lost it in New York.
Sorry to hear that.
If I could just reinforce that, I was involved in a hit where it hit a tree. The lightning came down, this was with a neighbor, and hit the landscape lighting system and followed the wiring to where the meter was in the electrical panel. And it started a fire there. Now, when the firemen finally came, you know, it was burning, but it hadn't entered the house. But because it was an electrical fire, and apparently it shorted inside, they could actually see electrical sparks inside. So the firemen said, we can't do anything until the power's off. So they're now rushing for the utility company to shut down the power on that street. 45 minutes later, the whole house is engulfed in flames.
Oh,
And
lovely.
we have 4 fire engines and, you know, a whole squadron of firefighters just watching it.
Yeah.
It was incredible.
Terrible.
Do have just one last question on boats.
Oh, boy,
Squirrel
1
boats.
second, please.
Oh,
Anybody else? Once, twice? Okay, John, back to you.
on boating, as I understand it, most boats now have a grounding system if they're hit with lightning. Is that correct?
Yes,
Most.
most, yeah. Newer boats have there's different products out there. I can't speak much to them. I don't know their effectiveness. I've heard things, you know, both ways on them, but that's more of that's kind of the marine industry takes care of that. So that's not as far as like they install their own lightning stuff. So we honestly don't know. I can't say much about them.
Reason why I ask is I saw our boat go by my condo just
Yeah.
day before yesterday, and I videotaped him as he's going by his lights, and I'm thinking, and what followed 2 hours later was a lightning storm coming
Yeah.
across. And I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
So, but you wouldn't.
And boats have we get calls all the time about boats because they get struck and they lose a lot of their internal equipment.
Yeah.
And it's, big damage. And I know there's some products that have came out recently that, are supposed to help mitigate it, but I honestly, I
Okay.
can't speak on them.
Mayor,
Yep,
I actually have some data from the National Weather Service I could share with you.
sure.
If that helps people. There's a chance of in your single family home, 1 in 200 of being struck. And there were 22,600 lightning caused fires in the US each year. And one more statistic. You have a 1 in 15,000 chance of being struck by lightning. And these are stats from 2019. So if that helps.
And just on that last one, we used to have it on this slide, but I think we took it off. 95% or somewhere around there % of the people that are struck by lightning are men.
Really? Why?
I've heard a lot of, I used to use that in my presentation.
or what? You're a tall man?
I get boating, golf,
Golf.
you know, mowing the wall. I've heard a lot of different responses to that. I'm just
It's the
gonna,
tall guys.
yeah.
The reason is because.
Because. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I think we've covered all the questions. We thank you very
Got
much
it.
for coming in
Thank
and
you.
educating us.
You got it.
And we have your cards. There are more cards, I
Yes.
believe you left on the
Yeah,
back.
Back table.
So if anybody needs a business card, it's right there waiting for you. And I suspect you're going to get a few phone calls.
You got it. Well, thank
Okay.
you guys for having us.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Mike.
Okay, let's move on now to, we'll open up public comments. If anybody would like to bring up any subject, go right ahead. Please come up.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Paul Resnick. I live in Bramer Isle condo within the Boca Highlands community. I have a concern, and Marshall, I told you I was going to come talk to the commission about it. I had some conversation with Marshall over the fire department that I have concerns, and please accept my apology in advance. He told me we're going to be pretty much like our regulations would be pretty much like we already had. And I noticed one item which brings great concern to me is missing. And I'd like to read to you what the Delray Code said that we used to go by. For other than 1 and 2 family homes, dwellings, no hibachi, grill, or other similar devices used for cooking, heating, or any other purpose shall be used or kindled on any balcony, under any overhang portion, or within 10 feet of the structure. That somehow didn't get into our code. That I don't know where the position of it, if it's pending approval by the commission, or it's already been approved. I suspect it's pending. So what I'm requesting is that you all, the commissioners, give consideration to adding that in. I live and my reason is I live in Bramer Isle. It's high-rise building plus wood-covered townhouses. For some reason, and I won't blame it on Evelyn because she's a member of our board, but for some reason, the board, when it, one particular person on the board got this to be left out and allows cooking with electrical devices on the basically 4th floor of our townhouses. I think it's a fire hazard. And if there ever was a hazard, because it might not be paid for by insurance. So I'm requesting that this go into it, either as a revision if you've passed it. Again, I apologize for not knowing whether you've passed it or not. And put that in there so that no cooking is permitted on the 4th floor of townhouses, especially wooden townhouses. The board president at Bramer assures me that that change will be made if it's in the town code.
Okay, we'll certainly consider it. Thank you for bringing it to our attention. Anybody else have any comments to make? Go right ahead.
I had a quick question. Will I be able to comment? on the
Introduce
agenda?
yourself, please.
Yes, Matt Scott, an
From-
attorney.
Where are you from, Matt?
Yes, 14 Southeast 4th Street, Boca Raton.
Okay.
Is this the time to comment on an agenda item 11B, or should I wait for that agenda item?
Go ahead, comment.
I thought it might
Or
be.
do you might want us to cover it first.
I'll do that. Thanks.
Okay, you'll have a chance at the end or during. Okay,
I'm still David Newman.
you're still the same
I
person.
haven't
You-
changed. I haven't
have you
changed my name
moved?
recently. At least not today. I love Highland Beach, but there's something that makes this community really unpleasant to me. I don't know about the rest of the residents. And I won't make you guess. I'll make it quick, but it's called leaf blowers, gas powered leaf blowers. I don't know if it's been brought to the commission's attention. But aside from the pollution they cause, they cause mental anguish. And they're really unnecessary. They've been outlawed in California, Palm Beach, a lot of communities around the country. And it's really unnecessary. We're not in that thick brush area. We have some palm trees. And it's just a nightmare. I used to live across the street from here, and this big condo ran their leaf blower, blowing maybe 1 or 2 leaves a day, ran it 7 days a week. And I went over and talked to him. He said, no, we're running our leaf blower every day. We don't want to have any leaves on our grass. Sometimes there wasn't even 2 leaves. I said, I'll go over there and rake it myself. No, we're going to do it every day, 7 days a week. So I think it's a nightmare. I mean, I know some people, I've been cursed with great hearing. I know some people don't have great hearing, but I think a lot of people really hate leaf blowers. And I don't think they're necessary. I think with a broom, a rake, they can do the job. If it costs a couple of bucks more, I think most of us are willing to pay it. I don't know if the commission has heard this before, if this has been addressed, but it should be.
Thank you. Just as an add-on, it was addressed in my development at Boca Highland. And we're moving to electric leaf blowers.
Okay.
And they blow a lot more than just leaves. It's cut grass that gets
Yeah, right,
blown, other
exactly.
debris, et cetera.
That'll
But by
help.
moving to electric, at least the noise is taken care of.
Right.
But yeah, certainly something we can consider. Thank you for bringing it
I
up.
hope that you do.
You bet.
Mayor,
Yes,
since you commented, if I could add a sentence in here.
of course.
There is a new trend in yard maintenance, which I've just been reading about randomly. And that is mulching the leaves and the debris that falls. It can be mulched because it does 2 things. It provides for less landfill, which in the state of Florida, we know we're filling up in South Florida. It provides less landfill by packaging and dumping it in these black garbage bags. And number 2, it allows the nutrients from the fallen leaves and debris to be basically resurfaced and brought back into the soil and provide shelter for the wee little creatures that live underground there. So there is a trend for those who care about the environment and going that way. So something we could look at. down the
Clearly a
road.
good solution. Okay, one more, go ahead. I shouldn't say one more. If there's anything else, that'd be fine.
Fred Rose and Brain Morale. I just wanted to add to this gentleman's comment. A couple of years ago, I had done a study on this for our complex. And some of the things that I found out is these gas leaf blowers, with all the landscapers along the canal, they're so powerful that they just they dig up the fertilizer, mercury, and other chemicals that go directly into the canal and are impacting the manatees and every other wildlife that's in there. Plus the fact the people that are using them don't realize how much they're ingesting. They wear the earphones, but they're ingesting a tremendous amount. So we did a study on the battery operated ones. There are battery operated ones now that come very close to the power of gas, but they have more directed nozzles so that who's ever using them can, not go into the canal or not go into areas that you just don't want to dig up chemicals from the ground and fertilize it. So thank you.
Okay, last chance. Okay, we will close the open comments and move on. Announcements, board vacancies, we just filled it, so there are none. October 27th at 11:30 is the Financial Advisory Board meeting. On the same day, on the 27th, from 5 to 7 is the food truck event. And I understand we had 175, probably closer to 200 now. 215 reservations.
Trolleys.
Probably. Oh,
Trolleys.
we're doing the trolleys. You got
We
it?
will have trolleys to pick you up. So you don't, parking is quite limited. So trolleys to get everybody here if you don't feel like walking or
Right.
walk and take a trolley back. But it's the same light up the holidays route. So we'll be running the whole time, starting at 4:30 to pick you up, take you home.
There'll be the same stops as we've had in the
Yep,
past. and
yep.
all.
We'll
Great.
have two, one for the north side, one for the south side. We good.
Excellent. Next town commission meeting is November 1 at 1:30. On the 2nd at 9:30 is the Natural Resources Preservation Advisory Board. On the 9th of November at 1 o'clock is code enforcement. And on the 10th at 9:30 is the planning board meeting.
Mayor,
Yes,
we don't have listed the meetings that we're having too in November for the marine accessories meetings with the public.
yes, they are not listed. Do you know those dates top of your head?
And
The November 9th
9th and
and 10th at 6 PM. And then we have one December
7th.
7th. What time? 6 PM.
Okay, let's repeat that. Make sure everybody's got it that's watching.
November 9th and 10th, 6 PM, December 10th, 6 PM. It's all December 7th. See, we're gonna make me say it twice. December 7th, so I remember, at 6 o'clock. And then
Okay.
it's in the manager's minute too. So if you forget, it's there.
Now, this is for marine accessories, which is things like boat lifts. So anybody that has an interest in boat lifts, anybody living on the canals or on the intracoastal, please check your calendars, come to at least one of those meetings.
At the library.
They're at the library. We obviously do not want to be making any decisions without resident input. So come on, bring your neighbors, open house. Let's have some good attendance and good sessions. Okay, unfinished business. Going to move on to implementation of fire rescue and discussion of the new fire station, and I'll turn it over to you, Marshall.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioners, I did get you yesterday a copy of our preliminary draft plans for a 2-story fire station, and we're going to take a look at those today for the public, and we'll get that out after our conversation for more discussion. On all other elements, we're tracking on schedule, on time, and on budget. But the fire station is, I should say, the most important thing we're working on at the moment, along with all those other items. So if we could bring up that presentation. And then in 1 second, I'll have a clicker and a pointer, but you've all seen it. So again, for the public, it's going to be constructed between the town hall building that we are currently situated and the water plant public works building department building behind us. Boy, that didn't really blow up very well, but this is the first floor where we have 8 bunk rooms. We have a day room with our ready action chairs. I love saying that right in here, along with the kitchen table and the kitchen itself. As you'll notice, there's for 3 shifts. You have 3 refrigerator pantry areas. There is the kitchen. We did get a donated gas stove range from one of our residents that was remodeling, didn't like the one they purchased, so they gave us a brand new one. So thank you to that family. We have a gym down towards the front, the watch room, and then we'll have a lobby. Can we scroll up a little bit? Okay, so we'll have a lobby here for the general public. If you're out for a walk or whatnot, could enter into the fire station. One of the firefighter paramedics on staff will come out to meet you if you have an issue, health issue, whatever it is, check your blood pressure, help you out, whatever those questions might be. So that's kind of our welcome area. Again, it's a 2-bay where with one of the bays being a tandem, and that's for the rescue vehicles or ambulances, if you will. They will stay stacked. So the primary one in the front, secondary there. And then we will have our primary ladder aerial truck in the single stall. Again, as you recall, we will be getting a backup aerial ladder that will be located in the old fire station bay, which again, our intention is to preserve at least the bay sections of the old station for storage and for the equipment placement. And again, on the side, we have a lot of the specialized rooms. This is considered like the bunker gear. SCBA, I'm always looking over at Chief. I'm learning as we all learn all the acronyms for our acronym wall, but basically these are where we store everything. Decon room in the back. and then doors out. And again, this is directly behind the town hall building. Next photo, please. And again, you will see, I'll take care of that. I got it. You'll see an elevator and staircase. Again, we're looking at the 2-story at this point to get some of those secondary elements like an EOC and some administrative space, kind of stuff that could be elsewhere, but we thought it would be best to co-locate the folks there and some of the other joint use facilities. Wait a minute. Okay. We put it in order. Nice. Thank you, Jacqueline. Okay, this is, if we could blow this up, this is the second floor. Again, once you go up to that second floor, it's a 2,500 square foot second floor. Again, when you come up the stairs, you'll have the chief's office along with the training captain and the fire marshal will be at the top. There'll be some clerical reception areas to the front. Then we'll have our drug storage area. It's something different called slightly, but basically where we put all of our controlled substance storage under lock and key. We have 2 bathrooms, a little I don't want to say cafeteria, but just like a break area with a counter and a sink, small conference room. And then this becomes the EOC. And again, as we work through budget, we'll determine, are these type of extra build outs necessary initially as we get into estimating and stuff at our next meeting when we start talking about costs. But again, this could be shelled and left, but this would be the EOC. So anytime we have a hurricane situation, this would be our a staffing location where we have fire, police, building, administration, finance, where we basically operate the town in its rebuild and identification, rescue type situation. So that would be our point of, again, this is a Cat 5 building. It'll be waterproofed on the first floor. We'll be able to get some other things to keep, unlike when you saw, I used Naples situation. Chief and I talked a lot about that. So we don't see our equipment flooded. Usually we'll take it off the island, but this will give us a point of contact where we have the appropriate height. We have a Category 5 building. So if something bad were to happen, like an Ian here, God forbid, we would be able to have a point of service for the community. And that will have its own server room, IT equipment, things of that nature. So we can then branch out into the community when we build back out afterwards. Roof plan, not exotic, flat roof with some scuppers and stuff you'll see in the layouts. We're going to zoom in on these for folks in the audience. Again, for those that are out there, we got these yesterday. So this is hot off the press. We will put it out to the website after today's meeting so you can kind of get some elevation details. Now, again, this is the southern elevation. So as you come down our boulevard, if you were to look to your right as though you're going to the library, this is what you would see. You'd see the 2 bays, you see the main entrance and the 2-story structure. So this is what the fire station would look like. This is the north side, which is facing Highland Beach Club. You'll see that there's a little patio out there, a little covered patio off the EOC where somebody could go outside there. This is the east entrance, which you generally won't see much of because it's between the 2 buildings. The buildings are relatively close together. So there are some secondary improvements that we'll eventually see on the civil engineering plan of adjoining these 2 facilities, walkways, things of that nature. How do we get between buildings? And then here are some more renderings, if you will. Kind of gives you, if we could zoom in a little bit better on some of those, to kind of give you that more of that 3-dimensional. Again, this is the north facing the Highland Beach Club again. These are the bunk rooms. On top of the bunk rooms and the 2,500 square foot second floor is the walkout area. Some of the doors you'll see out that way. Again, this is what you would see as you come past town hall and the police department. You would see this structure here, which is this. Again, we'll work on this part together. It's called porcelain tile. I don't know that we need that, but we'll work on those details, but some type of architectural element or look or feel. Windows are expensive, so I'm guessing that's why they're going with something a little bit different than just these big open glass features. Would be something here. It could just end up being stucco or some type of architectural elements. And again, here's more of the back between the building department and the eastern face of this building, you'll be able to move vehicles in, passenger vehicles. Again, this would not be parking to go to the building department, but it would accommodate access to the AC units and the well behind it, along with folks that are working during the day. Some of the paramedics on duty and stuff will be able to pull their vehicles, and because parking is so limited, they'll find a way to parallel park and get themselves just right. And we'll ensure shift changeovers. Not when town hall opens, maybe we'll start a little bit earlier, so we don't have everybody all at the same time. Maybe it'll just be a public safety start time, whatever that is between the two agencies. But this is really what we're looking at. I know, take a deep breath when I say it. Right now, we're right around $7.5 million before we start getting into that exercise of details. I can't answer those questions, shared a little bit of the budget breakdown. We have not, as an internal design group, the architect, the contractor sat down and penciled out how did they come up with these numbers. A lot of these are estimates and takeoffs based on square footage, not giving us a lot of details of what type of surface we want versus what they had put in. Does it need to be porcelain? There's times and opportunities for that value engineering, but the group will start working on that. But again, we're jumping off at $7.5 million.
We're missing something that's very critical, though.
Mhm.
The water bowl for the Dalmatian.
Yeah, that's gonna be in the front down here at the welcome area. Actually, I was gonna put it back since Chief Hartman's not here, right in front of his office. He'll love to see the dogs barking outside of his window all day. But no, we will, those are those
Everything.
those extra details that we have, and instead of maybe some of the porcelain, maybe there's a mural or something that's Highland Beach-esque that we could
Sure.
put in there that's a little more attractive and more us, if you will, as a community, and we can engage folks. So this is kind of where the group has gotten to after moving it around the building. I know that some folks, maybe if they're coming in late to the discussion, why aren't we reconstructing in place? That adds a lot of significant cost now that we're really wrestling this inflation and supply chain issue. And I want you to understand that as a community, that's our big challenge right now, is we didn't anticipate a 35, 40% run up on costs when we budgeted and asked the residents. So we're working hard to keep within those commitments because we have to, but we're working within that to see how we, massage the final product. But again, rebuilding in place and demoing, putting people in trailers and hooking up water, that was adding an extra $1.5 million to the project. We don't have that kind of luxury. So we're looking to build so we can have concurrent operations so there's no disruptions. We don't have to have interagency operability at the moment. We can allow that to continue and then make that transition. And then once we build the station, we can come back as a group and say, what do we want to do with the old station and what that looks like? So this is what we spend a lot of our time. It addresses our needs. It has the first floor operability, meaning your emergency response is coming off the first floor next to the bays of the station. So you're not going to have the delays. It sounds odd, the delays from going to the second floor to the first floor, which I've learned is 30 to 45 seconds. Is that a big deal? Well, when, in cardiac arrest and those moments, that minute up to a minute of time can be saved by just running out the door and jumping on. We will have that. Again, when we went through the COCPN, which was great, is we have that second due availability, which was a goal of the community and the commission, was if we're out on one call, we have a whole nother team ready to go to handle another emergency rescue and transport call. We can do two at once and still have a couple folks back to operate the ladder for a third response, but maybe not transport or timing issues. So this allows us to get that, and we'll still need the bays for the one extra aerial that we'll keep in storage. And that the old station also help with some additional storage that may not be able to get in fully on this, but what do you think? So we got 2 stories. We have everything we need all in one spot between the 2 buildings. Again, it'll be disruptive when we construct and it'll be messy. This is a 12-month construction project. Still looking to take that off right after the holidays in January.
Excellent. John?
So I'm confused. I'll admit it. I'm confused about, as I understand it, put that up if you would, that picture. I need a top right picture is the one that's.
Which one?
Sent me. In the last slide, in the top right is a picture of the front of the firehouse.
Yeah.
And, yeah, top right, that's it. So that, I think what you said is that's what's going to be facing A1A.
No.
No.
No,
Okay, well,
No,
you said
that's-
when you're driving by and you take a right.
When you're driving towards the library on your right
To the
hand side.
library.
So once you come onto site,
That faces south.
if you see the engine coming off of A1A towards here.
Okay,
So this is, if you will, and this is something we will improve with the rendering at our Thursday meeting. And I look at chief case, I forget, when we get back into the design, we need to show this building better than a little gray block. So you can understand that this is town hall immediately next to it with its roof lines.
yeah.
Basically the chief's office right here and the little walk up to the secondary
are.
emergency exit off of the police department is right in here. So you turn in, I don't know where that tree came from since we have palm trees. So we'll fix those to palm trees, but you turn in front of the building like you would come in. This is off of A1A right back here and you'd come in.
Okay, then-
So it's it's
Got it.
not the best contextual picture of what it looks like against the existing
Okay, now
building.
I understand it now. It really is, sits right behind. When they come out of the bays, they're going
turn
south,
left.
take immediate left and get on A1A. However, that distance from the front door to A1A is a lot longer than from what we have now. So when we talk about an extra 30, 40 seconds, we've just eaten it up just in that distance, no?
No, I don't think it's
Yeah.
gonna be, because right now, once we take that turn, we're out and hitting it. I don't know that there's a significant or difference between times. And chief, if you want to jump on that, we're not seeing anything again, the way we have the aprons and such. If you come straight out and go onto A1A and turn left or right, we will have some audible actuarial type of activated, if you will, for people on the sidewalk outside of hearing this big rig come in with the rumblers and the sirens.
Yeah,
Let people
how are we
know
gonna
not to walk
stop
through.
everything? Yeah.
And Joseph, the fire chief. Yeah, the transit time is not that hard. It's slower coming from the second floor to actually increase that time even more. Having it on the first floor, actually at night is even better because that response time, that reflex time is a lot shorter. And so, yeah, you go out and you have to come out straight onto A1A in the old building. But then there's the obstructions you got to stop with for traffic to stop. So it's essentially about the same. You're talking about another 50, maybe 75 feet.
But even as they come out to A1A, right from the station, and they're gonna go left or right, at that point, what you're saying is we're gonna have devices and lights or whatever to stop everything so that they don't have to stop. They can just roll.
Well, the traffic lights, like you see at a lot of the other fire stations, it's difficult to put them on A1A because it's a federal highway. So we could address that, but the thing is when you get there, they'll usually stop. It's a slow moving traffic anyway. It's only 35 miles an hour, supposed to be anyway. So having vehicles stop is not a major issue. It's not like they're doing 55 and have to slam on the brake.
But I'm saying, hey, we put lights up for our sidewalks. It would seem we put lights up.
We
for-
would put up something
Emergency.
like that, and the architect is looking at what products we have. One, to keep people that are in front of the building from proceeding in front of it or towards the library. So we would stop everything on campus and the sidewalks from moving. And then you could have additional crosswalk or, you put a picture of a fire truck and have it flash when it's activated.
Yeah. We'll
That
work-
way residents
work
know what
something out.
time it is, yeah, and you come
Or
out.
stop
You'll see a
signs,
big
the-
red vehicle
Stop sign
coming
with
out.
blinking on it.
Yeah.
stop.
Yeah, we'll work something out.
Okay, I'm just suggesting,
yeah.
you should have something
Of course.
if we've got enough warning for past
Yes,
pedestrians walking.
it'll be taken care of.
The last question I have from this picture is that then from the left side, the back, and where the building department is, right, you have that space in between. And you're suggesting that cars are gonna be able to park in there on an angle. Is that right?
Sorry.
Staff,
Staff, because it can come in if you, again, that's why the next is the civil drawings. We're doing that right now, making sure the storm, water, sewer, make sure we get all that in place, electrical hookups. But when you go between the two buildings is about 10 feet. So it's wide enough to move a regular vehicle through one way. And then all of those spots that are there now that again, this rendering doesn't show are still available. So there's 4 spots here that are still available. Plus in the end of this storage building, there's like 1 or 2 behind it. Plus you can go all the way behind the building and it's 30 feet 18 to 30 feet behind it before you get to the well. So there's still some capacity where they could parallel park on an angle, so they can fit the on shift personnel can park behind the fire station and not take any additional parking out in front of here, back by the library, this and that. The trick we do have to work out is with the police department, where do we put public safety vehicles? We got to work out some of those details, but
Yeah, that's.
we could at least handle fire can stay at fire, and then we'll have to figure the other spots where we have to do some other improvements for ADA access to the building department off of that inside row. These other spots that aren't shown here will still exist. There's 2, 3, 4 spots here that won't be disrupted. What do we do with those? Those might end up being the spillover for public safety and keep it that way only. But we got to work out those details yet.
Is there a concern about having police cars, 2 of them parked out in front of town hall all the time?
Yes, I will say at this point, what Chief Hartman is looking is, yes, he has some concerns, but we'll work through that. And I think there's secondary options, but it may be a secondary project when we look at the old station to do something there as well, where you could potentially do something with some covered storage parking over there. That's kind of not as highly visible, with a restroom in place where they could have some storage and, you know, switch out during the day. But again, it keeps them away from operations too. So that connectivity between parking and going is something we have to look at. It's a little bit tricky. I mean, as everybody knows, when you walk this site, there's not a lot of space, right? So it's going to be our trick. It
And when
really
you go down
is.
that lane at the back, is there a turnaround? Because, you know, I can see people going down there not realizing, and then they got to back out.
We'll put up signs and stuff to keep residents out. And again, that's why I said it's staff parking, because then you could, you know, if you have to block somebody in, you could go get the person's keys, or, you know, day shift guys could keep their keys on a hook, and, you know, Chief Joseph will come down and move their cars around. So, you know, who knows what we're going to have to do, but that's the kind of, you know, we're going to have to be as flexible as possible with spaces and things of that nature. It's going to be challenging, but I think there's a lot of great opportunities there too, to have that public safety kind of combo space, if you will, because the police and fire will be next to each other. Maybe not so much a shared lobby like we maybe in the long term look to in phase 2 of this project, but right now, at least they're close. And that operability is there between the 2 agencies.
Thank you.
Looks like you have incorporated just about everything that we've talked about in the past. Where's the post office?
Good question. That is something we are looking at, and I'm hoping that will come back to the commission soon. Because with this, the post office is demolished to accommodate this structure. So we're hoping we could find some ways to bring them into town hall, so you can have like the full suite of services at town hall. So you could come see the lovely clerk staff and do, you know, get your liens or notary work. You can pay your water bill. You can drop off your mail. You can see the town manager. We would all be in that same space. We just haven't just got that just nailed down just yet, but that's what we're thinking. And maybe there's again, with project 2 is maybe it's somewhere else and we do something to make some other improvements.
Okay, good. I think it's coming along nicely. Thank you.
Peg?
Thanks, Mayor. It looks amazing after all this time of working around different details. Are we getting a firehouse cat too? Yes,
We have a couple in the back, so they'll just be automatically part of the team.
they're automatically folded.
They're well fed by the neighbors
Perfect.
to the south, so.
Okay, question and looking historically, I don't know how many people know this, so I'll review it. When the library was built, which was designed by my neighbor, actually a longtime resident, it was actually designed as a 2-story library with parking underneath. And due to whatever was going on, this is 20 some years ago or more, 24 years ago, that was not incorporated, I think, for financial reasons. Looking back, that would have been great for our parking situation now. So I'm stating this to keep us in mind and compliment everyone working on this project, that they're trying super hard to not have that happen again, where we anticipate all of the needs of the property. We're coming to where we're getting a tight fit. Along that line, is there any extra parking available behind the building department? There's like service vehicle parking and equipment stored. And I noticed behind the fence, y'all park some of the cars. Is there anything back there we could recover and move equipment around and obtain a few additional spaces?
Yes and no. Yes, that we'll be able to maybe accommodate a few more town vehicles, not public parking. And again, I think that's going to be a lot of the learning curve for staff, all of us here, is that especially during construction, the way we used to just park wherever we wanted, we're going to be parking in the back by the library, way in that back lot. Or, maybe if Father Horgan, we come to some type of agreement to allow some staff parking at the church during construction. He's been very open and welcoming so far. That kind of scenario, because building it doesn't, at the end, doesn't block traffic, but while they're building it, they're going to have construction equipment, construction parking. So it's going to be a very congested site. I know Lois has already started working on, library events more in the evening, post-construction times to accommodate that transfer between staff and the public. And as we all know, the parking is, there's not a lot we can do. We're just stuck with what we have. And I think there'll be a necessity after we get fire up and running to do some other on-site improvements that we'll have to work with the residents and the commission to figure out, how do we make some additional improvements down the road?
Is there any chance outside of the library? What is that item south of the library before the wetlands? Is that a pump or?
It's like a lift
A
station.
lift station?
Mhm.
Can that be moved? No. Yes.
Probably not. I mean, we
Just
could
looking at
maybe
what's
put an
there.
additional parking, like a handicap spot out front if we need it, or like an active loading zone to help, but not really. I mean, with the way you said a library with parking underneath sounds amazing. I wish we would have done that. I wish I was around to maybe suggest or help, but
My
Yeah.
kids were little then, I wasn't as involved, but it would have preempted many of our difficulties today. So it's great. We're looking at every angle. Last but not least, I think the construction and the plan is very keeping with some of the more contemporary look we've got going forward. Plus, I believe you could tell me I'm wrong or yes, I'm right, Jeff, but if it does reduce cost to do a more streamlined building as opposed to more of an ornate Meisner, I don't know, but it looks very fitting to the town. And I appreciate that. So I will fine tune it as we move forward. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, so is the first story out, that option, first floor only? Is that just not?
I don't
gonna
know
be-
that everything, we don't have the space for a full first floor facility, meaning to get that admin EOC space down to ground floor. We just don't have, we really don't have that space with the constraints. That's why we had to kind of move it back up to the second. I would never say never at this point. Just as we all know, and, we read and hear with inflation and economic pressures, we may go to have to go to a one story if it continues to really heat up, if inflation all of a sudden jumps again at double digits. Those are things that, we're going to have to talk about seriously. Like if in 2, 3, 4 months, all of a sudden there's another issue in the economy or the supply chain, I don't know what we do because, costs are up so high already. We don't have a lot of leftover breathing room anymore after we used it all the contingencies in our preliminary planning have pretty much now been kind of tied to the building now. So we don't have a lot of wiggle room by the constraints of our charter. So we're in some tricky spots, but I think with all of us working together and the community involved, I think we can get there. I'm just a little bit nervous there that, we may need to look at a one story, if not like to address needs, but just because that's what our costs hit us. But I don't think we're there yet, but
Do we have an estimate of what the difference in cost is between the 2-story and the 1-story?
it's about $1 million at this point, give or take.
Okay.
But I sent you the
Right.
estimates. Again, we haven't really drilled into those, but you'll see that's about the spreadish, if you will, between the two numbers. At the first look, we have the 1-story takeoff and now they have the 2-story. Now we got to figure out or kind of align those numbers and get a little bit more details to what that is.
And do you think the $7.5 million estimate reflects all the supply constraints and inflation that we know of as of today? Or do you think that's even like a,
As of
Well,
today,
as it is? As
Tomorrow,
of
I don't
today?
know.
No, I know tomorrow we don't know,
but
but
yeah,
I guess my concern is that $7.5 million really more of a cost estimate that would have been accurate 6 months ago?
well, we just
Um,
got it.
so
So
it
they're
probably is.
working, so Kaufman Lynn is, who's our contractor, construction manager at risk. So that's what they're seeing now. But they're a little nervous, as we all are, that, you know, what does Hurricane Ian supply chain demands do to us?
Right.
You know, they need to rebuild the whole Southwest Florida, you know, Fort Myers, Sanibel, Pine Island. What kind of draw does that take off the supply chains that would have been serving us? We don't know that fully yet.
Yeah, it's not only supply chain, but labor too, right? Because
Mhm.
all that labor is perhaps going to the West Coast.
Correct.
Yeah.
We just don't know those full effects just yet, but
Right.
that's another, you know, nothing like a project with a lot of
Uncertainty.
constraints and challenges. You know, these are, you know, the things you appreciate most are the ones you work hardest to achieve. So we're going to have another character building exercise here in Highland Beach. So if getting our CPN wasn't enough, now we're going to do it with the station.
Okay, thanks.
Well, if it was easy, everybody would be doing this, right? So one thing just to keep in mind on, you know, the discussion of one floor versus putting a second floor on is if we ended up just doing the first floor and then went back to put the second floor on 3 or 4 years from now, it'd be at least double. Double plus whatever the increases are 3 years from now. You know, so if it's $1 million now, it's 2 million plus 3 years of increases. So we've got to do everything we can to try to figure a way to get the second floor on today. It's just financially more realistic. Okay. Obviously it looks good to me, or we wouldn't have shown it, right? So, but it fits right in with the whole ambiance of what we have here. So it's a nice extension, you know, of the campus right now. And once it's all done, it'll look like it's been here for a number of years. So I think it's great.
So I would say our next steps is we're going to dress up some of those drawings because we wanted to start having an ability to show the public. So we'll clean it up and go back and forth amongst ourselves to kind of get those drawings a little bit more prepared for a display board for the food truck. So folks could come in, take a look at it, meet Chief Joseph again. 'Cause I think Chief Joseph is the food key, right? So if you want to eat at the food truck, you have to meet the fire chief. So you will get a chance, one, to meet him,
Okay.
get some food
so he-
and look at the pictures.
So the chief hands out the tickets, right?
Right, for the food.
For barbecue, that's where they go first.
Right. If you want Troy's, which everybody in town does, because that's usually the first line, you got to meet Chief Joseph first and get a chance to see the drawings. And I think it's a good connection piece to get folks here. So.
Absolutely. We don't have a lot of time. You know,
Right.
today's the 18th, that's the 27th.
So I think, you know, at our next meeting, I'm hoping to have it a little bit further along, more detail, so we can then schedule a special meeting to make real hard decisions like Marshall, Chief Joseph, go for it. You know, we need those kind. And I think that's going to happen in early November, where I'm going to need you all to say, that's it, we're going for it. And we start pushing.
You might want to share the timeline, like, that's kind of like when 3 weeks from now is when we have to make the decision, or we're not starting.
I'm
construction.
thinking, you know, we'll probably, because just to let you know, architects are full go. Engineers, full, everybody is, that's the design. That's what they're looking at. They're coming up with all the electricals, lighting, ceiling tile, roof plan. I mean, all that material selections, all that stuff is being done now. And I think within that 3 to 4 weeks, we're going to have to say it is what we're doing. So Kaufman Lynn, who's our CM at risk, starts to build that maximum, guaranteed maximum price, right? So we all know where we're going to end up-ish, if you will. Now, the budget I did share with you has, you'll see an excessive, I think, not excessive, not anymore.
Yeah.
It's a big contingency numbers in there, right? You say, here's a construction number, and then they have all these other contingencies that.
But what I was trying to get us to is the date that we as a group have to make a decision.
I would think the drop dead dates around Thanksgiving, because we want to break ground in January. So we're going to need, I want to be able to start ordering those beautiful red doors built in Wisconsin. They have about an 8 to 14 month lead time. It costs a lot. We got to order
But you
those like
can,
now.
you can order the doors tomorrow. You don't need us. We're building. them. We're building.
We
the
have
thing.
authorization, so we might be ordering them sooner rather than later.
No,
I'll let you know. I won't be ordering them without you knowing.
Yes, but what I'm
Uh,
saying is.
yeah.
The decision on the final isn't necessary to order the doors. So go order the doors.
Okay. So we'll start taking a look at those specialty items that have the long lead time.
Yeah.
And start,
Order the doors.
we're rolling those in. So doors, we're also looking at, the other secondary items outside of the station is, we got to get the other aerial truck.
Yeah, how are we
Uh,
doing on that? Chief? Chief is shopping the world,
Right.
looking for a used but relatively
New.
newish late model truck for us.
Just some background, a new truck right now, lead time between 28 to 32 months. And we needed in 18 months because our station is opening May 1st, 2024. So that had us roll back to a pre-owned, how they say, use.
Yeah.
I mean, gently used.
How about pre-owned?
Pre-owned, gently
Pre-owned,
used.
that's
I
the
have a
term.
lead on one. It's in 2017, but we haven't gotten the final paperwork on the quotes yet. The numbers look good, but I like to, before I speak to it in
Sure.
detail, I like to, but we're shopping the world to get one. That one's actually in Philly.
Huh.
And I'd probably need to go up there, take a look at
Well,
it.
John will drive it down with you. He likes
And,
road
I would have to
trips.
probably drive it down. So fly up and drive down. So yeah, we're aggressively looking for
Great. Okay.
gently used, pre-owned.
Chief, do we at some point intend to get a new one?
No.
With the expected service life based on use,
Mhm.
it'll be after my tenure and probably most everybody in this room.
Okay.
So
Naples says they have some for sale.
you don't want those.
Yeah, the reality is the economics, when you look at, you spread out the financials on it, it's better to get the pre-owned, assuming we get one in decent shape because we're not going to be putting any miles on them, and we'll take good care of them. So to go out and buy a brand new one for, I don't know how much the new ones are, $1.2 million, $1.2 million, $1.3 million. It just doesn't pay if we can. Okay. Okay.
Comments?
Can we move on? Are we
Yep.
good?
We're good.
Okay. Next thing on the agenda is the introduction of a proposed amendment to the Town Code of Ordinances to incorporate sea turtle protection lighting standards. And that can be found on page 79.
Before
You
Ingrid
need
jumps
more
in.
paper in there.
Before Ingrid jumps in, I just want to let, in case those that are watching from home think staff is trying to introduce an ordinance. We're introducing an ordinance concept, and because Ingrid's so talented and modeled the state ordinance, we were able to give you a draft today. And again, it is coming from public comments that we have heard from the Turtle folks about lighting concerns, along with some of our standing strategic priorities. So that's why you see this a little bit more developed, because we worked off of the state models and we've been having issues. I know Ingrid and Jeff have been spending a lot of time on this. So this is a staff turtle nesting group introduction of concept, which again, if you look at how we do ordinances, this can be moved to any of our lower boards or acted to move forward today. So.
Okay. First of all, thank you for basically rewriting this whole thing. Okay. We appreciate it. Do you want to take us through any part of it, or do you want us to jump into questions?
I typically go do an overview of the staff memorandum just for anyone listening in, but
Sure.
that's totally up to
No, go right ahead.
Arts Commission, I should say. Okay, actually, since, just for the record, Ingrid Allen, Town Planner, since Marshall mentioned the current permit holder, I just wanted to refresh your memories. At your August 16, 2022 commission meeting, right, you had the turtle permit holder come in, Joanne, and do that presentation. And I look back at my notes from that meeting, and she did indicate that lighting has been an issue. So just as we move forward with this introduction, So again, this is an introduction item. Basically, the code currently addresses turtle lighting, if you wish, in 2 chapters, and it's very, very brief, okay? And I've gone ahead and provided those sections in your staff memorandum, which is on page 79. The first reference to turtle lighting is in, well, look specifically at the zoning code, which is chapter 30. There's a regulation in section 30-85. Again, it's in your memorandum. And it reads that all lighting of all structures east of State Road A1A shall comply with the sea turtle protection lighting standards as adopted by the town. So where are those sea turtle protection lighting standards? They're in the other chapter, second chapter that addresses turtle lighting. It's in chapter 4. So the actual regulation, it's one regulation, section 4-8, and it reads, I'll read it verbatim. No artificial light shall illuminate any area of the beach which may be used for turtle nesting and hatching during the period from March 1st to October 31st of each year from dusk to dawn. That's it. That's the only regulation we have. So what's missing in this section 4-8? It's missing any reference to specific artificial lighting sources coming from residential units, coming possibly from parking areas, coming from pool areas, outdoor areas, walk paths, etc. None of that is addressed. 4-8 does not talk about specific types of lighting fixtures, full cutoff lightings, fully shielded lightings. None of that is obviously referenced. And it doesn't talk about specific lighting sources like long wavelength lamps or lighting sources, which is very important for the protection of sea turtles. And we'll get a little bit, and it's actually in the ordinance that's provided, and I'll delve into that a little bit. The comprehensive plan of the town code, I did include some goals, objectives, and policies that come from the comprehensive plan, specifically the coastal management and conservation element. These goals, objectives, and policies, again, on page 79 of your packets, talk about protecting sea turtles. If you go to the page 80 on the top, there's a policy 3.3.3, which says that the town will include in its land development regulations provisions to require limitations on outside lighting so as to not attract sea turtle hatchings away from the water during hatching season. Okay, so with all that said, in consistence with the town comprehensive plan, the turtle lighting is also a priority on your 2022 strategic priorities plan. All that said and done, we are going ahead and proposing this ordinance. As the mayor indicated earlier, it's based off the state of Florida, let's say Florida. My New York comes out. The state of Florida has a model turtle lighting ordinance. So we use that. We didn't necessarily have to reinvent the wheel. And I think it's a good starting point. Obviously, we'd like to hear input from the commission. I've also provided in your agenda memorandum on the bottom of page 80, there's some sea turtle data that I did get directly from Florida Fish and Wildlife, which shows the various nests, loggerhead, green turtle, leatherback. And I also provided in your backup a separate table that I got from Fish and Wildlife that shows not only the data from Highland Beach, but you also look at the sea turtle nest data from Boca del Rey. Juno Beach actually has the highest number of nests in Palm Beach County, just to give you some perspective.
I'm sorry,
there.
who?
Juno Beach.
Oh, Juno.
Yeah, they have the highest number of sea turtle nests.
Yeah.
So according to the FWC, very quickly, the leatherback and green sea turtles are endangered. The loggerhead is threatened. And according to the FWC, all of these species, the 3 species that we see here in Highland Beach and basically in Southeast Florida, the threats are coastal development. And coastal development, and I'm quoting here, increases artificial lighting, which can be detrimental to hatchlings, causing them to migrate towards the light instead of the ocean. So, and lastly, I'll just leave you before you get into your discussion. I did mention in your agenda memorandum, we obviously have a Natural Resources Preservation Advisory Board, and in their board duties and activities, there's a provision that says that they have the duty to review existing and proposed town ordinances which affect the environment and advise the town commission on any changes or modifications. So something to be mindful of as you proceed from this introduction, if you want to give it to the Natural Resources Board. Keep in mind, they meet quarterly, so I'll be glad to address any questions you might have.
Johnny?
So first thing comes to my mind is we really have expressed our support as a
Mhm.
commission for turtles in Highland Beach. Part of the problem, of course, is lighting, as I understand it, coastal development, but we've been developed for a while. And I do see that the nesting production has declined. All right, so we're seeing a decline, at least with loggerheads and somewhat with greens. So I'm not sure, lighting is the problem, but even if it isn't, a major problem, we need to address it. So, I definitely would support this. Concern is enforcement. Do we know who the obvious offenders are now? Where, this is all nice, but is anybody actually going to do anything? Remove lights or shield lights and lamps and so forth? And do we know where we would go with that?
I know the building department, I'll let Jeff address this, but the building department, I believe, is in the process of purchasing some sort of vehicle that can go along the mean water line. And in anticipation of moving forward with the ordinance, right, we have a lot here to be sure is being implemented.
So I've set this up.
Yeah. I don't know, Jeff, if you want to add anything to that, but.
That could be quick. Jeffrey, Miss Building Official, Town of Highland Beach. So we already have in place a vehicle now for the code compliance officer to go up and down the beach, which was one of the recommendations by the Natural Resources Advisory Board. Okay. During turtle season, we receive numerous complaints, usually first thing in the morning or late at night when the volunteers are out and canvassing the beach. And then we respond to them the next morning. As far as that's concerned, any other, so we regularly enforce this, and it's not just the lights, there's more to it right now. Essentially what we have right now is our existing turtle lighting ordinance is just pathetic. It's just really bad. And when people are building homes, remodeling homes, getting windows, they come to us with a million questions about what's your requirement, because they know how strict it is everywhere else. And I have to basically point to that little section that we have. And then I ask for voluntary compliance with state statutes, or not state statute, but with state model ordinance, which they have no problem doing. So the issue is, they keep asking me questions, and I have to say to them, well, this is what we would recommend, but it's currently not in our ordinance, so I can't mandate that you do it. The light transmits, going through the glass from putting your lights on the inside instead of having the 0.45. There's a whole bunch of things. So that's why this has been long overdue, if that helps. Yeah.
Very good. Now, again, enforcement is very important if we're going to do anything about passing an ordinance like this. But my question does come on lighting itself. At what point do we don't have to worry about lights? Is it from like the 3rd floor and above on condos on the beach? Is it from the 5th floor and above?
Yeah.
I mean, at what point does it?
Yeah, there really isn't a specific number. In the ordinance on page 83, you have a list of definitions, right? So there's cumulatively visible, then you have indirectly visible on page 84, and then you have, there's another one. I may have directly visible, sorry, on page 83. So it's really about the light that you can see from the beach. There's no like 3rd floor, 5th floor. If it's on the 8th floor and you can see it from the beach, there's an issue.
But you've got throughout this references to long wavelength lights.
Right.
I don't think anybody in this town could tell you what a long wavelength light is.
I'm going to make it very simple. So long wavelength is just basically a redder, orange, and amber light typically long wave light, long wave.
Length.
Thank you. Those don't disturb the sea turtles, right? The sea turtles look at the sky, they look at the moon and help guide them, right, to the water. So when you use a white light bulb, which is short wavelength, that's white, so they can get confused. But the long length,
Long,
let me say that.
long wavelength.
Thank you. Those are, again, the redder is the longest, that color is the longest wavelength. Again, amber, like a darker yellow. So that's really all it boils down to in very simplistic terms.
So the guidance then that we want to have is everybody who is on the beach should convert to these
Right.
long wave
Right.
lights.
Well, we should change the wording then,
Yeah,
because I think you made a valid point there. If nobody knows what it means, which you're probably right,
assumption on my part.
we need to either explain it, parens, what it means, or change the wording.
Sure, we can add some examples to that definition.
That'd be
Or a
great.
picture.
Yeah.
Yep, that'd be great. We all set?
The rest of it is, it's deep into detail. I don't
Well,
have. any-
We're going to turn it over to the board anyway.
Yes,
so
exactly.
they'll
At
deal
this
with it.
point, I think I'm good.
Okay.
I just, again, would want to reinforce the support for doing this.
For sure.
It's a good thing.
Okay, Evelyn?
Yeah, I'm not concerned about enforcement, but I think that we need to give a time span. You can't tell an apartment building that you've got to change them tomorrow.
Right.
There has to be some kind of implementation schedule. I think we need to show them examples of the kinds of lighting that are allowed,
Yeah.
because otherwise people just aren't going to know.
Yeah, I actually have a few slides that I could show you the different lighting if you'd like to see it. I mean, these are things that we can make available on the town's website, for residents who want to figure out what is a full cutoff light, what is an unshielded light. So we have the PowerPoint. If you want to take a look at some of those, I'll be glad to show.
I think.
Yeah, after we're finished with the Q and A, I'd like to see that before we're ended. Okay, anything else?
Yeah, no, I think that this is overdue. And I think that we need to send it to the Natural Resources Committee to make sure they approve. Or if they want to make any changes. Thank you, Ingrid.
Sure.
Peggy?
Thanks, Mayor. Couple of notes. Juno Beach may have the highest record nest because they were brilliant. However long ago they established that town. They saved their coastal construction line from the beach all the way to Federal Highway. A great majority of it is the original scrub, beach scrub. When you drive through there, you think you're in like in northern Florida, middle of nowhere. So that may be part of the reason they don't have development right along that stretch. And then I believe we had storms, some pretty bad tropical storms or low hurricanes in these middle years. I believe we lost a lot of nests like 3-4 years ago. Might account for that length. Pertaining to the lighting, it would be great to get examples because the red and the dark amber are colors that the state uses. Just historically, if I could take you back to a year and a half ago, we had about 1/3 of our streetlights out, which I noticed one night with a dark and stormy night with no moon, and contacted FP&L when I was up in Tallahassee, and they helped us change and update all their lights. And I know Pat Roman followed up on all of that. And then unbeknownst to us, instead of changing to turtle lights along A1A, these are the public lighting that we're not responsible for. They simply remotely turned off our lights. I don't know if you all know that. FP&L can remotely hit a switch and turn off all of A1A lights. Boca didn't know that, so I contacted my buddy there on the council, Monica Mayotte, and together we got them to change the bulbs to the amber lighting. This year, we're almost done with our turtle season, 2 weeks to go. So we'll need to stay on that in the future, that make sure that FP&L gives us the amber lighting so that we don't have a dark A1A, particularly by the Mayor and Evelyn's building. It was like pitch black there at that crest before you drop down. I think
Especially after the R program, right?
oh, that's a whole nother story. And so I would recommend getting this ordinance. We could call the Natural Resources Board meeting and get them to take a look at it before next turtle season, next spring, and get this in place. But I'm all for this. It's brilliant. And as Jeff said, it's way long overdue and necessary so that I'm sure most of everyone living here would be happy to go along with this. I don't know who doesn't want to protect sea turtles, but we wouldn't know we didn't have the ordinance in place. So I'm all for getting this done quickly. And thank you for your hard work. This is a lot of work. Thanks, Ingrid.
Yeah, so I'm in favor of sending this to, moving forward and sending it to the National Preservation Board. I guess one question, the turtle volunteers and the permit holders, are they, I don't remember who makes up the board. Are they on the board currently?
The Natural Resources.
No,
Preservation?
yeah, on the, yeah,
No.
they're not.
No.
Could we make sure that they are included?
Well, we can
and-
invite them to the board meeting.
Right.
And, you know, they're the people on the ground, right? They
Right.
know what's going on. So
Right,
I think it would also be good just to educate the Natural Resources Board. I don't know
right.
what kind of background the board members may have in sea turtles. So my intent is to invite the sea turtle permit holder to that
Definitely the
board meeting.
permit holder and also the other volunteers.
Yeah, whoever
I
can
don't know.
attend,
Yeah.
again, just to better educate the board.
Yeah, I don't know
on
if you
what's
can
going on.
email them the ordinance for them to review as well. If they can't be there, maybe they can submit comments or something.
Sure, we can do that.
But yeah, I would just think it would be important to include them. So, but thank you. That's it.
I agree with everything. I know the permit holder works, but certainly people on her gathering can come. She'll assign somebody to come. But definitely they should be there at the time that the board reviews it. I had a couple of quick questions. On page 5 of this write-up, our page 86. Item 5, you talk about the glass for new construction. And you say that the inside to outside light transmittance value of 45% or less is glass, like glass windows, glass sliders, et cetera. Are they so marked so people know when they're buying it?
Jeff, are they marked?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay, so that's an easy thing for people to accommodate. Great, okay. Also, beach fires, were they, I didn't see them in here. Are they covered in here?
Like a fire pit?
It's like fire pits on the beach?
Yeah, on page 87 at the top, number 6,
Yes.
Okay, so you got that
reference
covered.
fire pits, yeah.
Okay, great.
Got it on 87. Yes, that's good.
Yeah, I know I've got lighting associated with special events,
Right.
et cetera.
Yes.
So that would kind of fall in there as well. Okay, great.
Yes.
No, thank you for doing all of this preliminary work. I don't, my guess is you didn't miss anything, but the board might find a few more things, or certainly our turtle friends might find some things. But it's great to have this blown out now, so nobody can start asking questions. It's terrific. Thank you. And I would like to see those slides if you have them.
Do you think we
Another
might
component.
invite some of the people from Gumbo Limbo to come and take a look at this as well? Get their inputs?
That's a
and
great idea.
They're the experts.
Great idea. Wonderful.
And again, just for those reading at home, this is a strategic priority project.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. This is one box we're gonna be able to check off once it's
There
done.
you go.
Making progress.
I provided this slide because in the ordinance is a reference to the frontal dune. So I provided this to show you where the frontal dune is in reference to the water. So here's the ocean and there's the frontal dune. And then here we have some lighting examples. Now this source, I always put my source at the bottom of the slide, is from Florida Fish and Wildlife. So this is where I got the information. I just love the way they, did this. Bad example, unshielded bulb. Good example. You can see that amber, right? Like that red color. That's what we're talking about. Again, you can see the reference to the long wavelength here. Here is some other examples of the long wavelength. This is that white incandescent bulb, right? Which mimics sort of the moon and the night sky. The turtles get confused and they end up crawling to the wall of the condominium. Whereas, again, that amber looking light, again, less disruptive to the sea turtle. And lastly, this is, of course, an unshielded light. This is the full cutoff. Again, this is defined in the ordinance. So just to give you a little bit more perspective there.
And if you're ever driving past, right in front of St. Lucie Church, Casuarina's walkway to the beach has a big red, like almost spotlight. It's amazing how big it is and it lights up everything, but it's a perfect red light. Long,
As
beautifully-
Mr. Remus, as Jeff mentioned, right now we are encouraging people, right, to use sea turtle friendly lights, and we haven't really gotten any pushback, but now it's, to put in the code is a game changer, really.
Mayor,
Definite game changer. You bet.
Mayor?
Yeah.
Could I ask a question? Just
course.
based on what Mr. Shoemaker said, Commissioner
Sure.
Shoemaker? Are there, I know this will apply to all beach residences. Are there any on the west side of A1A that still shine to the beach?
That is a good question, and we
Is
actually
Casuarina-
incorporated in the ordinance.
Okay,
So the ordinance, when you look under the applicability, it's going to apply to any light that you can see from the beach, even if it's coming from the west side of A1A. Yes,
Yeah, it should be included.
yes.
Yeah. for
Right
sure.
now, the way the code reads is just east of A1A. But the new ordinance does address any lights that may impact the beach on the west side.
great.
Yes.
Thank you.
So very possibly some of the higher buildings on the west side would definitely be visible.
Casuarina, I believe it has a lower building across the street from it, and therefore it could be shining.
Well, there
And
you
also,
are.
I'm thinking street lights on side streets. Do they reflect? Because they're
Any-
not FPNL
Anything
covered
that,
for turtle lighting.
anything
so
at all that's
we might need
visible
to
from the
check that,
beach.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank
Okay.
you.
All right, are we ready to move on? All right, so we know what we're going to do here, going to the board, and we're getting input from 3 different agencies.
Could we get a motion on that?
Sure, we can get a motion.
Simple.
I move that we send the turtle lighting statute to the Natural Resources Board for review, and that they ask the turtle permit holders and people from Gumbo Limbo to come and give their expert advice.
And what was the other one? Federation?
Oh, FWC?
Yeah.
The other turtle organization.
FWC and Gumbo Limbo.
Right.
And the turtle board.
FWC,
Well, if we had a
What-
number,
Oh, and FWC,
Wildlife.
yeah.
we got enough. Okay, those 2 is fine.
I
Okay, is there a second?
that. I'll second that.
Seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, now a very big subject. You're gonna be up there for a while, my friend. This is about zoning. And Ingrid started to give us some really wonderful background here. And also a few examples about what a few other towns have run into and are doing. So why don't we first turn it over to you, Ingrid, and you can update us on what you found.
sure. Again, I'll go over the memorandum for any of those residents listening at home. If the commission recalls, back on October 4th of 2022, under commission comments, there was the issue of the zoning district density that was brought up. Given the complexity of the issue, the commission, you all decided to first approach this, I guess your first step, if you wish, was to come up with some sort of framework. Like, how are you going to approach the issue? Some of the suggestions, and I point this out in your agenda memorandum on page 96, some of the suggestions that came out from that discussion was have the planning board initiate the review, possibly have the planning board form some sort of committee with residents. Now, given obviously you're formally going to review or discuss this framework today, and in anticipation of that, I've gone ahead and provided some information. I've completed an introductory review of the issue, so you have some foundation here to work with. So on the bottom, or actually on the halfway part of page 96, I get into some of the detail here. This particular issue, the zoning district density, it is also part of your 2022 strategic priorities plan. And how it got on the strategic priorities plan, if you recall, back on March 1st of 2022, under public comment, we had an attorney, Matthew Scott, come before the board and indicate that his a client of his that's on Russell Drive, specifically 1023, is currently an existing 3-unit complex structure, and they're looking to redevelop, but based on the density regulations for that particular zoning district, which is residential multifamily low density, if they redevelop, they can't get those 3 units back. They can only get the 1 unit. Now, I did note here in your memorandum that the residential multifamily low density zoning district, even though it has the word multifamily, it does permit, and this is according to the permitted tables, the permitted table list that's in your code, it does permit single family detached and attached dwellings. Okay, it also permits single family 0 lot line. Some people get confused because the zoning district is titled multifamily, that you can only have multifamily. That's not the case, at least here in the town of Highland Beach. So I wanted to make that very clear. So basically, this scenario that you have here on Russell Drive, where if you want to redevelop a non-conforming structure, you basically won't be able to get back the existing number of units. This is not unique to Russell Drive. This is a scenario that we see on Highland Beach Drive. We see it on Bel Air. We also, I'm sorry, on Russell, not on Bel Air, on Russell. And we also see it along the residential multifamily low density zoning that we have on A1A. Now, I did mention in the memorandum, staff has not done a complete townwide assessment of every single parcel. Okay, so I just want to make that clear. But again, based on the maps that you'll see in the backup, I did look at that residential multifamily low density. I provided, the dates, a lot of those homes were built, the number of units. So it gives you, I think, a good introduction into the reality that we see here on the ground. Now, in your on page 97 of your memorandum, I do provide you what the code says with regards to non-conforming structures. Okay, this is section 30-105 of the code, and basically what it says in a nutshell is that if you're a non-conforming structure, you can remain. So if you're a structure right now and you don't comply with the current building setbacks for your particular zoning district, that's fine. You remain. However, you cannot enlarge your structure, which would in any way extend the nonconformity. Okay. Now, there are some exceptions with regards to damage or destruction. The code says that if a structure should be destroyed or damaged by any means to an extent of more than 50% of the assessed value of the structure, the structure shall not be reconstructed, only consistent with the current code regulations. Now, there's a caveat to that. If there's a catastrophe, a catastrophic event, which includes per our code, hurricane, tropical storm, fire, flood, explosion, etc., the structure may be reconstructed and shall not increase the height of the building, the number of dwelling units, etc. Okay. Now, a lot of municipalities have the same sort of provision with regard to catastrophic events, where you can rebuild with the same number of units. Boca Raton, Lantana, I do have a chart starting on page 97 of your memorandum, and also Lake Worth Beach. Again, if there's a catastrophic event, you could go ahead and basically bring those units back. Interesting that Ocean Ridge also has, well, they reference it, a grandfather sort of scenario. You can redevelop those, but you have to reduce them by 50%, which I thought was interesting as well. So I had mentioned this at the March 1st meeting of 2022. Typically, when you want to increase the density of a property, you change the zoning district to a density or to a zoning district that allows more density. You also have to change the future land use designation to a future land use designation that allows more density. Now, I had mentioned back in March 1st that there is a provision in the code that basically if you are under 40,000 square feet, if you have a parcel less than 40,000 square feet, you basically can't rezone. And a lot of those properties, again, the residential multifamily low density along Highland Beach Drive, Russell, and
Bel Air.
thank you. Yes, most of those are under 40,000 square feet. If you look at the maps, for each map, I gave you a square footage just to give you an eyeball idea of what those square footages look like. So you can't rezone. You can't rezone here. So we provide you with some options to consider.
Again, you may want to consider something like Ocean Ridge where you can redevelop, but you can only do it at 50%. You may also want to incorporate some sort of rounding off. So if you're at 3 units, you have to provide 50%, that's 1.5. And then you could put a provision in the code that allows 1.5 to be rounded up to 2. We don't have anything like that in the code. Many municipalities do have that type of language. The other option is really to consider changing the density requirements for whichever zoning district you desire, whether it's multifamily, medium density, high density. That's probably one thing to consider. And then, of course, is the no action option. I've attached several maps. I'll be happy to address any questions that you may have on the map or on anything discussed here.
Well, again, thank you. Thank you for doing the updating for us and the research and making suggestions of what we might consider. The things that we might consider doing, I think, is down the road a bit. I feel very strongly about getting resident input on this, number one. 2, again, it's redundant. This will get turned over to the planning board. But I think the instructions to the planning board have to be very specific. That we're not looking for a quick solution here. This project could take us easily a year. It's critically important that it be done right, that it gets sufficient input from residents, that we look at the town not as a whole, but as made up of its parts. I refer to them as districts. I think there's another term that's used. What is that term you used that you did in Michigan? Plains or something like that? Well, neighborhoods, districts, whatever term we want to use, zones, we'll come up with the right, let the planning board come up with the right term, and then we can be consistent with it. But what's needed on Russell Street, in that Russell Street district, I'll call it for the time being, is very different than what's needed in Bellito, for example. So I think we need to gain input from the residents that live there and own there and see what their thinking is. The concept of grandfathering is a very interesting approach. That would certainly satisfy the gentleman that came in with the problem that began here. But I don't know that that's what we want for our town long-term. Nor do I know that that's the answer for the high rises or mid rises that are going to have to eventually come down. So there's a lot to think about. And we can toss around different approaches here, but I don't think we should be talking about different solutions yet. John?
So this is a tough subject. I've been doing a lot of homework on it. I know that it was just recently in October, single family zoning is a big issue just by itself. All these cities in Florida that are having to deal with zoning, even for single family homes, let alone we're a very homogeneous hybrid town with townhomes, single family homes, mid-rises, townhouses, and high rises.
Yeah. I call
So
it
we get the whole
eclectic.
mix.
It's eclectic, yeah.
Yeah.
Which makes it great. I mean, that's what this town is made up of.
That's the
It's terrific.
character of the town, and we
Yeah.
want to retain that. The question going forward with the zoning, and not to go off on a tangent, is do we want higher buildings? Do we want to have this? The whole issue to me is density. How do we define density in or by zone or by district? What is the density that we're suggesting is a min-max kind of thing? Also, man, I tell you, I do not get this concept of you can only rebuild 50% of the units. I don't know. I can't find the reason why you would justify that. At the very least, it would seem if it's been wiped out by whatever act of God or war or whatever, that they could at least replace what they had. But we're not even allowing that in many of these towns. That makes no sense to me. Plus, there's no reference to the fact, what about just old buildings that are not maintained, that are falling apart? How do we replace them? And and have an incentive for somebody to replace it rather than walk away. Now, in our case, it's unlikely just because the land is so valuable. But I think it's another consideration beyond just fire, flood, explosions, wind, war, and so forth. So the concept behind reducing the number of units is an issue. And it's not just from a 3-family, or a townhouse that he wants to rebuild, but he can only do one. What about the 10-story or 20-story condo that says, look, I'm not going to replace that condo to do the same thing. It's too costly. I need to have a way to take it to 15 or 20 stories. So, and at what point do we let this building deteriorate to the point that it falls into the category or, so it's been condemned. Okay, beyond that, there's a lot of definitions have to be explained here. Even you have the difference of lot area versus lot coverage versus building height and required yards. I don't know what required yards are. And then the setbacks that affect all of that. I mean, there's a lot of detail that will have to be defined as we go forward with this project.
John, can I back you up for a second? Go back to your building example. What I want to drive at here so we can give instructions to the board is how do we want them to approach determining what to do? Like you just came up with, well, a builder isn't going to want to just replace it.
Right.
But how do we, or how does the board attack that problem? How do they come up with different potential solutions?
But I thought you were suggesting that we get the input from the residents, the owners, and in the course of doing that, to also make them think about these questions that are relevant based on the district that they might be in, or based on the type of units that they're in. So it is an educational process, and I'm asking questions because I don't have the answers either.
Right.
Because it does seem that since we have so many different characteristics to the town,
Yes.
that we then divide it into these districts, and then how do we define what is correct in that zone
There you go.
and acceptable? Not only for us as a town, but for the residents, and also that retains the character and personality of Highland Beach. And also at a higher level, if we're at 6,000 today on fully, all residents filled is about 6,000, 7,000, maybe 8,000.
8,000.
Do we want to stop at 10? Do we want to stop at 12? I mean, is there intention just to stay at 8? So that's a question for us, to provide maybe some guidance, because how do we define the density that we want
Okay.
going forward?
You hit on a lot of good ones. So the direction we're giving them is to look at this by category, gain the input from the owners of those categories, look at those categories by district. So now we're getting it down to
That's a process.
that's the process we want them to go through. I think we all probably agree that we want to maintain the current character of the town. Like, we don't want all of a sudden the town to have 60-story buildings or 50-story buildings.
No Walmart? I mean.
And we don't want to all of a sudden tear down all of the multifamily, 3 and 4 townhomes together and only have single-family homes on Russell Street. So if we agree that, yes, we want to maintain the character of the town, then that's the direction that we give. The answer on the building, I don't know the answer. And they're going to have to figure that out. Because as soon as you ask the owner, they're going to say, well, I want to get as much money as I can for my apartment. Therefore, I want you to let a builder go very high, go much, much higher. So we know that answer. Okay, that's the easy one. So yeah, they got a lot of work to do, but that's great input.
So it's also what guidance should we as a town, through town planning and our commission, what guidance do we give, given this is a complicated subject, here's all of their different options.
Well, you just gave them a lot of
Right,
guidance.
right. Then I was on a track. I just lost it. I'll come back to it.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, these little side streets have a character all their own. And I don't want to change that. However, that being said, I do want to encourage them to update some of these buildings that are older.
Mhm.
I don't want them to have to lose the value of their property. To me, anything we do cannot make people lose the value of their property. That's just unacceptable.
No, certainly not.
And if they can't put back 3 townhouses, that's destroying the value. But we want to encourage them to build higher so that they deal with the flooding issues. We want to encourage them to build things that can withstand a Category 5 hurricane. So we have to let them rebuild. Now, whether we let them go higher or not, that's a different issue, but certainly let them rebuild to what's there. And maybe go higher, but maybe 1 story higher. We don't want a whole town full of apartment houses. I like the fact that this town has a mix of buildings. And I think it would destroy the character of a Russell Drive or a Highland Beach Drive to have apartment buildings there, as opposed to the types of buildings that are there now.
So the input that you're giving to the board is basically allowing them to grandfather. Because you're saying that I don't want a 3-bedroom to have to, or three units to have to only go to 1.
Okay, but I don't want a grandfather. I want to change our statute that allows them to do that. So then it's not a grandfather because it's not an exception.
No. Of course, we would change the statute, but you're telling them that you don't want anybody to get hurt.
Right,
So you want them to at least be able to grandfather, at least
Right.
be able to build back what you have.
right. I mean, and we
That's the
already
floor.
have a 45-foot limit in height. Is it 45?
Yeah, the
35?
RML is 35.
Okay, so it's actually it's 35 from the first level of where you live. Right, so that you can have a garage underneath it, but it starts at that first living level. Well, I don't see why we couldn't do that. Leave it at that 35. Because that should be able to accommodate just about all of the buildings that I saw.
Let them figure it out and come back.
Just to clarify, the 35 is for the multifamily low density. Once you get to medium and high, that height increases,
Let them-
Oh, yeah, well, it would have to.
obviously.
Don't box them in. Let
Yeah.
them figure out the heights.
But I don't want value to be destroyed. That's
Right.
the bottom line.
Okay. Anything else?
No,
What input do you want to give the board?
What was that?
What input do you want to give the board?
Well,
How
I
do you
agree
want
with-
to attack this?
I agree with Commissioner David very much. So much to say here. We do not want to lose the quality of our town for single family, multiple family, or condos, clearly defined. There's a reason it was developed as it is. The south end has more room east to west for homes and townhomes. And the north end is, smaller strips of the little peninsula here. So there's a reason it was developed as it is. And the center was the original building, the center of town where the police, fire station, library, that was the center of town. In the old days, I was here when I was a kid, there was nothing to the north, very little to the south, and the center of town was town. So we don't want to lose that ambiance. We don't want to become Broward. I can tell you when we go to Hollywood and go to our League of Cities, it is like pavement, wall to wall pavement, Broward. And even South Beach, Miami, there was way too much overbuilding. I will tell you, in these counties right now, based on our League of Cities meetings, they are actually trying to rezone to fit more people in. They are actually rezoning and taking out the single family home in order to fit the people who are flocking to Florida. Do we want to do that? Do we want to go up 10, 20 stories and then allow more people? And then what happens to A1A? You won't be able to get off the island for like an hour, which is bad enough now in the season. So we have to look at the infrastructure, the access, and the ambiance. And I think we need to get this to the board and let them do the big think tank and tear it apart and get back to us. And I would caution the board and us to take a slow, heavy look at it, because I'll take you back 3 years when it was suggested at the commission that we do a footprint of buildings on the single family home lots. And let's say you can only build on 33% or 50% of a lot. Well, we did away with that. There was outcry. And so we threw that out the window. And now what are people saying? Oh, you should have done it, because people are building homes to the very amount maximum of the lot that is allowed. And people are saying, oh gee, we should have done a footprint, because you're talking wall to wall residential units. So we have to take a long, careful look at this. I'm not saying revisit
Okay,
the
well,
footprint.
Time out for a second. That doesn't mean we can't do footprint now.
Oh, we sure can
So
revisit the footprint.
if you want
Yes,
the
sir.
board to look at
Well-
footprint now, that's part of the instructions that we'll give them.
Well, you're absolutely right.
Right.
That's cool too, because there are homes right now. They're
Yeah,
quite large, and some neighbors are saying, oh gee, golly whiz, we
Yeah.
goofed.
Look at it, it's not the end of tear downs and building
sir.
new homes.
Just
So if we want to look at that, we can look at that.
great idea. We just need to be very careful
Got it.
and methodical
Okay.
and take all factors in. So give it to the board, look at all the options, and bring it back.
Great.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, I agree with everything said so far. I guess I'll tell you my honest feeling, Russell, some of the side streets, I honestly feel like it's a little congested, in my opinion. And I can't help but wonder, does anyone know the history as to why the current ordinance was put in place? Like, why did the density change so much?
Great question.
That's a great question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who was here in the
Um,
early 90s?
Yeah,
That was done.
the way the land development regulations, the way they read right now in the code, they were incorporating the code in 2000. I actually did some research to look back at those ordinances to see if there was anything in the whereas clauses. Whereas clauses typically give you a history. There really wasn't anything. So I don't know. I don't know the intent.
The gentleman to your right is raising his hand. Do you know the answer?
No, a little bit about it. It's.
Well, come up to the podium, introduce yourself, please.
My name is David Gunther.
Where are you from,
Highland
David?
Beach. I'm Boca Raton. I'm on the other side. I get to look at Highland Beach.
Okay.
Yeah, wake up in the morning. Real estate agent, really not attached to this directly in any other way, other than I had sold a property on Russell. I deep dove into it. One of the characteristics I have is I just have to learn everything. I need to understand and study. But in order to sell that property, I needed to really look at it. One thing I would want to share is, yes, the RML does allow single family homes. It's also got, it should be noted, there's 2 categories for single family homes that are separate. The intention and in the definition of RML is for veritable homes like townhouses and villas, specifies what's there today. It also talks about in the comprehensive plan, what you're talking about doing now is getting together and deciding what to do and how to map things out. I'm going to suggest that that's already been done. In 2019 comprehensive plan, there were 4 things. There was an objective, which was that they were going to, and I'll read it, but I think it's important to understand what they were actually thinking. The comprehensive plan had the objective of, I lost it now, had the objective of, it was for redevelopment. This, here we go. The objective 1.1. There's policies that were behind the objective. The policies I can share with you are to keep everything compatible with the neighboring existing properties. That was a priority. So sorry, here we go. Okay, so the objective was the town will require the future housing developments be compatible with the adjacent existing developments. If you go down Russell, there's not a one single family home. Everything is multi-residential, always has been. I'm going to suggest that the original building requirements did not make that what was called a non-conforming property. Right now, it's non-conforming lot, non-conforming use, non-conforming structure based on one thing, the building requirements. Building requirements in the code and ordinance, when they were changed, the question is when were they changed? If they were changed in 2021, if you'd taken that and put that over all of the existing multifamily that are in that community, not one's going to pass the muster. So what I'm going to say is they copied and pasted the actual density. You're allowed to have, for each unit, you need 3,200 and, you know, you need basically 7,000 square feet of lot for each unit that you could put there. And that doesn't work for anything. Of the 12 requirements in the building requirements, of the 12, that's the only one that fails. It fails over all the properties. It's not building height, don't need to look at that. It's not lot coverage, don't have to look at that percentage wise. It's only the density, how many square feet you need for each one. So I'm going to suggest that they made a mistake in that one space, and it already has been looked at because the objective is to be compatible. That was in the 2019 comprehensive plan, right in the very beginning. The policies that they had underneath that, the town will review periodically ordinance codes and regulations and the permitting process to determine the requirements to ensure the compatibility. So you guys can literally look at the compatibility of the existing property. Does a single family home, is that compatible? I can't sell a single family home there. They do. I can't do it because the neighboring properties are all multifamily. The other thing was where compatibility, this is policy 112. When compatibility requirements are lacking in the codes, the town will institute more specific requirements. So you'll make it where it can happen so that it's compatible. The next objective, the town will require that future housing developments provide safe and efficient means for handling on-site pedestrian and vehicular circulation. Somebody had mentioned earlier, you know, you don't want to take away from what's already there. You want to make it safe. It's not safe when it's 55 years old. And the next 15 years is expected to have 12 inches of water in the ground floor. Next problem, you get the 12 inches like they have in Fort Myers today, inside the ground floor. Then what happens? What does units 2 and 3 do up top? Unit 1 is underwater. How do you fix that? Well, you can't raise the inside floor like we did in the house, you know, in Delray. It had 24-foot ceilings, no problem. Raise the floor inside the home. Can't do that. These are low ceilings. How do you fix the ground floor? You gotta rebuild. You gotta lift the foundation. The current building codes say you can build one house there. One house. You can reduce it by 50%. What does that do? What about unit 2 and unit 3? That's called taking. When you have 3 units on a property and you deny 2 owners or 2, the town is at that point taking. You can't fall into that category. I'm going to suggest it's one simple change. You take the category RMM, medium, it allows 7,260. It requires, the requirement cuts in half. Instead of 7,260, it turns into 3,620. If you look at 3,620, your 3 units fit. You go up and down Russell, almost everything fits. One category out of 12, not revising everything, not going crazy through it all. And the planning, the comprehensive plan says to do it. So if it's supposed to be compatible, and this fixes that, if you don't have to have all of this stuff, which you already decided what you want to do, they changed the future land map back. I want to say they did it for 2030. If you look at the future land map, the majority of the town is RML. Fix RML. What do you have to fix? One category. So why reinvent the wheel? It's already time that invested. We're not going crazy and like dragging this out.
Okay,
Take a
thank
look
you.
at that one point.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, look at that.
Sure, we can look at all that.
Yep,
Yeah.
interesting. Okay, where did we leave off? For you?
Yeah, so I think I left off with the history of it and why it changed the way it did. So I thought that was a good suggestion.
Absolutely.
What was just brought up. And then, like we've all been saying, yeah. Bring it to the planning board, see what they say, but this is definitely an example of the resident engagement and getting input. I imagine we're gonna get input all over the place. I know I have my own, opinion, and I'm sure everybody else will have their own opinion. This is, I think, such a sensitive subject. So that's it.
I'm going to go back to something you said. You thought that Russell Street as an example.
In my opinion, it's
In
too
your
congested.
opinion's a little too dense.
I do. Yes.
but I don't know. Let's assume that everybody agreed with it.
Mhm.
I don't know that there's much we can do about it. You know. from
Well,
a- from a
okay,
zoning
so,
standpoint.
so yeah, so maybe to go further along, what my thought is that, so that's why I asked about the history. Were whoever made this change, did they have Russell Drive in mind and they don't want Russell Drive to be the way it is? And if you have the opportunity to change it, then let's strictly enforce what the new density is. I know some people think you lose value. I don't know. Do you, I mean, I guess I'm not 100% convinced you lose value. I mean, look at how the value of the single family homes and what they sell for compared to 3 townhomes. I'm not 100% convinced. I mean, maybe when you're down Russell Drive and everything around you is multifamily, maybe you won't get that value, but
Right.
there's a lot of very expensive single family homes. And you know, compare that to 3 townhouses. And
I was thinking to some degree along where your head is, I think. If a Russell Drive or one of the other side streets, no change was made, eventually they would become all single family
yes,
homes.
that's right.
Now, the first half of that, people would be losing a great deal of money,
Painful. It would be painful. Yeah.
great deal of money.
Mhm.
But the second half,
Right.
when they're being surrounded by other single
Right.
family homes, they'd make out like bandits.
Exactly.
Because a single family home on a canal,
It's big money
big money,
Mhm.
more value than 3 townhomes.
for sure.
Okay, particularly if they can build wall to wall. Okay, but
Yeah, look at the
to get
transitional
there, half the
neighborhoods.
people are
Yeah.
gonna lose a lot of money.
Look at the Golden Triangle in Boca Raton. And there was a time when, you know, you had the first, you know, big McMansion that they put, right? And that was the only one. But like now through time, more and more, those old homes, you know, they're being, that whole neighborhood is being transitioned to like this big, beautiful,
That might have been their thinking. at the
it
time, who
may
knows?
be, I don't know, but.
Question?
That's got to be shared with the
Mhm.
planning board,
Mhm.
that, you know, because of something that we're thinking, we got to let them think creatively themselves as well.
Right, and maybe this is the people who put this in place, maybe that's where their head was, and I
Might be.
can see the point. And to be honest, I might be in the minority, but I'm in favor of that.
See, personally, I like the eclectic nature of our town. Yes, could some of it look nicer? No
Mhm.
question about it. But that's my personal view. That doesn't mean it's what everybody else wants, you know? Good.
But I'm having a vision of Bryony Breezes. What if you had a developer come in and say to everybody on Russell Drive, I'll buy you all out for $1 million
Mhm.
place or whatever, and I'm gonna put up a 5-story condominium that wraps in a U around the whole complex,
Well, it's not going to happen.
you know? I mean,
Not going to
why
happen
wouldn't that happen?
Right.
Why wouldn't that happen?
because you wouldn't let them.
Mayor, Mayor,
Okay, yeah.
I just remembered something that might weigh in here. I believe twice the setbacks were changed. And I think at one point Russell Drive had less setbacks, which is why it looks like more buildings are crammed in. We'd have to do some research.
May have been.
But I believe a couple of times, and I've been here 31 years in town, they were changed with regards to all of the different types of units. And then secondly, Highland Beach Drive to the north, the northernmost side street, has a mix of townhomes and single family homes.
Yep.
That northwest corner is all, and when Dom built those. And so there is a mixed use that works okay and blends in. But we need to do a historical look back at
I
the
drove all
setbacks.
3 of those today
So-
in
Oh,
anticipation
you
of
didn't
this
stop
meeting.
by for coffee?
I've been on your street so many times and yours as well. Okay. And there's an entirely different vibe on each of the 3. But where you were talking about, it's a whole different vibe as you drive down that street. No question about
I
it.
think Russell had way more lax setbacks, and that's
Yep.
why it looks like crammed, but we could check on that.
Okay, do you have enough so you can communicate with the
I
board?
think we have enough. Just real quick, I just wanted to comment on the gentleman that made the comment about the comprehensive plan, that we have policies about, you have to be compatible with adjacent uses. That's very standard policy in most comprehensive plans, right? You want to be compatible with adjacent uses. Again, I think somebody can make the argument, what I think is compatible to me may not be compatible to somebody else. But again, remember, in the residential multifamily low density zoning district, you can have single family and multifamily. Somebody may say that's not compatible, but the code outright permits it. So. just
I
wanna
know
make
it
that-
does permit it. That's why I want to hear from the residents. And if
Yes.
there's really two messages that are most important to get to the planning board is, one, there's no rush on this. You know, seriously, this can take us a year. And two, resident input. They have to be engaging with the residents by district.
Can I add third thing?
Certainly.
If the planning board at some point has questions before they make any real decisions, let them come back to the commission so that maybe we can guide them along the
great
way
point.
so that
There's no reason we couldn't have a joint meeting with the planning board, commission and planning board, and it would be on TV. It'd be a public meeting.
Sure, or they
So-
can make a recommendation. Well, we can
Certainly.
Figure that out.
We're very willing to do that as well. So we can participate with them if they would like. Yes, you may. Just introduce yourself and where you're from, please.
Yes, thank you so much. My name is Matthew Scott. I'm a zoning attorney. Address 14 Southeast 4th Street in Boca Raton.
A zoning attorney.
That's right.
Well, you may be up there for quite a while now.
Hopefully, I got a lot of thoughts about this. My clients and I have been mulling over this for a while, and we're looking forward to, we were excited to hear that it had come up on the agenda. I just want to say, doing a lot of zoning work, working on code amendments myself, what I can tell you is, you may know this already, but zoning codes are, they're like a Swiss Army knife. They're kind of an interesting tool, right? They're used by cities to express what your policies are, what the town is prioritized. They also, zoning codes are used to incentivize behaviors by the community. And so I wanted to make sure that there's an understanding of the issue here. As it sits today, your code says that townhouse type development, small multifamily development is encouraged in the RML areas. That was a policy decision made in the 90s. None of those properties that Ingrid identified on those maps can develop townhomes. None of them, right? It's
No.
impossible.
Right.
And that seems to me to be an error, not an intentional thing. I respect your concern about it being crowded. That's of course a fair opinion, but there's no way someone decided as a policy matter, we're going to encourage a type of development in the language of our code, but render it impossible to do that.
Right.
The way to do, if the town's wishes were single family development, we want to slowly move in the direction of single family development, right? That's a simple thing. You would zone it such that you can't do townhomes. Townhomes aren't permitted. Multifamily is not permitted. Duplexes aren't permitted. So there's this conflict between what the comprehensive plan and the zoning code say and what's possible on the ground. And so the second part of this Swiss Army knife metaphor that I'm going to beat up a little bit here is incentives, right? What do we want to incentivize? And so if a change isn't made after hearing from the community, the town's code is disincentivizing people on making their properties more storm resilient, more hurricane resilient, and candidly improving them in measurable ways. Because if you live in one of these sites that has 3 or 4 units on it that can't be rebuilt, well, of course, you're not going to rebuild it. And someone's not going to buy it to rebuild. Maybe if the market's over a long term, I wouldn't disagree with your point about a theoretical possibility of a very long horizon situation of big single family homes. That's a possibility. But in the short term, you're disincentivizing people on bringing their homes up higher that are below the floodplain.
Correct.
And
Absolutely.
so, you know, I'm here with a client that has asked me to come for his interest of looking to redevelop this site, right? And so there's obviously a self-interest to that, but there's a fact that there are all these homes that are below current floodplains that can't possibly be elevated without giving up all this value of the density.
Right.
And so with that being said, we look forward to the opportunity to participate in the planning and zoning board discussions. I respect the mayor's point about it being a deliberative process that needs to take time. I just would share that the town has other policies in place, other zoning code elements that reflect, I believe, what the town's wishes are, which is lower density in general, not too much height. And so those things I don't think need to change for the town to holistically address this sort of a glitch, sort of an unintentional outcome that my guess would be, because I've done a few of these in small towns, is that in the 90s or the 2000s, a consultant was hired because your staff at the time didn't have time to address it, because that's how small towns operate. And so that consultant said, this probably makes sense for us to do low density multifamily here and here, but there wasn't an analysis of whether it would work. Because this is how the consultant engagements work, just in my experience, how this happens. And just as an example, on Ocean Ridge, I have another client that has the same problem, because they had a consultant work on it and they got an issue there with them wanting to rebuild their home. So this is kind of a beach town thing that I'm encountering in my career as a zoning attorney, and I'll kind of leave it at that.
Can I ask a question though?
Yeah, before you do, leave your card with Miss Allen, please.
Yes, we've been
Okay.
communicating. I've been bugging her about this, so she's got
Oh,
all
okay,
my
so you've
contact
been in
info.
communication.
So it seems that we have two levels. We have an immediate concern with Russell Drive. I assume you're not suggesting that we create a solution through zoning for Russell Drive alone right now, just because it's important time-wise, versus not having the consultant come in, the consultant du jour that gives us a plan and we approve it and rerun. So what are you suggesting? That we really do the thorough, comprehensive review, resident input for the whole town, not just for a segment of the town that's under pressure right now?
Well, what I would say is that you have to do the outreach, right? I get the business. I will tell you, the outreach is going to share that they want less density. There is nowhere in the Tri-County area where current residents are saying they want more density. That's just a fact. So I can tell you the feedback right now, but I get you need to do it. I'm only sharing that the solution is can be simple after months of review. It can be as simple as the density that's on a site now can be maintained. And so Ingrid in her staff report did a good job of looking at another town, right? Because you don't need to always reinvent the wheel. That Ocean Ridge kind of has something in place that's similar that says, well, we can't be taking away density, right? Because we're disincentivizing people on taking care of their property.
Okay, we got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you
thanks.
very
I
much.
appreciate it.
We appreciate it.
Thanks.
Okay, anything else on this before we move in? Move on. We're good?
We're good.
Okay. Next is item C, can be found on page 110. Consideration of the right-of-way permit for AT&T. Marshall, I guess I give it to you.
And I'll
Or-
give it right back to Jeff, but I
Oh,
would
Jeff,
tell
you gonna handle
you,
it? Okay,
again, this is right away. Jeff and I did have a conversation. Pat is comfortable on the side streets with AT&T. Having this happen in my neighborhood, folks, be careful. This is not AT&T. This is AT&T subcontractors to the subcontractor. So just be mindful. I told Jeff that. So our team is prepared to help residents with the actual work, but because they have to make connections back into the A1A right away, we put that ordinance that requires your approval. I would just make sure if we want to condition it or this or that, that we just be careful, because the project is, while they want to bore it, it gets messy, it hits sprinklers, it tears up front yards. You'll find people running around your backyard, walking through your gates that aren't allowed to do this. I'm just saying, I have spoke with, I think it's Brad, who's the engineer in Boca, because of the experience my neighborhood had. So just be careful. Letting residents, I'm looking at my Valito folks, usually get the first hits at it. Just make sure we get a schedule, we hold them to their schedule. But again, I've had this communication with Jeff. He's aware, Adam, code guys are aware. So we'll be watching this carefully. But again, it will improve your speeds for all, for internet. But getting there sometimes can be a little bit painful.
what happens if we say no?
Well, I think they are afforded certain protections under statute that we, because they're considered a utility. They're going to they're going to be allowed to do it. If you want to hassle them a little bit, no, just kidding. No, they're a utility that have the right to do it. I'm just letting people know to just be careful. When the work happens, they start and stop a lot. I'm just saying the permit, and again, case in point, I just went through this experience. It's the only reason why I'm sharing it. They got a permit 2 years ago from Boca and they're still working.
Mhm.
They tore up fences, hit sprinkler heads.
No, it's a mess. and they don't
It's a
care.
mess, even though they're just doing these directional bores and it should be relatively straightforward. Again, it's not AT&T, it's subcontractors down the line. So just make sure, scheduling, restoration, they have it in here. The hardest job will be Jeff dealing with the residents. But I think we kind of have to, but we just make sure that they live to their schedules, pre-construction meetings, restoration, full site restoration. They call Miss Dig or call ahead of time for utilities, things of that nature.
What's the timing on it, Jeff?
I don't have a time frame on it. They're supposed to have a representative here today, which they do not. And they said they couldn't make it, and then they were going to come in on Zoom. And that was coordinated, and then they're not on Zoom either. So I'm just presenting this.
Case in
Okay.
point.
Why don't we table it until they have a representative that we can talk to?
Yeah, no problem. We can hold
Okay.
up on it.
You okay with that, Martha?
Yes.
I would
I don't wanna
suggest
approve it
that you
without
talk
talking
with
to
the
them.
folks, everybody understands the expectations
Yeah.
of Highland Beach is, you're going to have to work with residents,
Right.
private property, restoration, working around active construction sites,
So you're-
vehicles, because they come with 5, 6, 7 vehicles.
Where are they gonna put them?
They're going to plug up the road. So just so we know what's coming, heads up.
A
Okay.
question though, before we table it.
Yeah.
And I appreciate your answer because I had sent the question to Marshall and to Jeff. What are we doing this for? What are they doing it for? And if it's just underground telephone lines, no, it's gonna be cable for internet, well, maybe.
It's fiber. So it's good. It's
Are you
good.
sure
It's
it's fiber?
new.
No,
but
no, no. Are you positive it's for fiber?
Yeah, it's AT&T fiber
Then the
project.
question is why can't they use 5G and avoid this altogether?
Why don't you ask them that question? Oh, they're not here.
That's the point. No, I'm saying that to me is either we do it for cable or we go to 5G and say goodbye.
That's why we're not gonna,
Table.
we'll table it till they can be
Right.
here.
We want them
Would you put it on
here.
The agenda.
Yeah,
for
because
the next
this is
meeting?
amazing.
We don't need, excuse
we-
me, we don't need the package of 100+ pages. We already have that.
Mayor,
Can we have a motion to table the item?
can I
I
make a
move we
comment?
table this
We're
until they
talking-
can send a representative.
Okay, we have a comment before it's seconded.
Thanks, Mayor. I will tell you, I learned the hard way that AT&T subcontractors do not have to answer to municipal officials. I have been told in the field years ago when they were digging up my area to build a new home. And they don't have to by standard procedure. Jeff, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but that is their company policy. And so I also have spent a lot of time in Boca Raton lately, and it is a mess. It is not put back like it was. It is a mess. You can't find anyone to talk to. You get passed off to the next guy and the next guy and the next woman. So I strongly agree. Let's put it off.
Okay,
I have another question.
yeah,
Their company policy. Why can't we demand that their company, in fact, stand up? Because they're apparently getting contracts that are saying you've got to do all of this. How dare they say that their company policy is not to follow it? Then my company policy is not to give them permission to do it.
if they wanted to work in our town, they have to be able to communicate with us. Jeff has the final say on things. They have to understand that. And they have to tell us what they want to do, when they want to do it, what they're going to do with the 5 vehicles, how long is it going to take, what specifically is going to happen. We've got all the renderings, but now we want to know how they're going to accomplish it. And I think it's only fair that they explain that to us.
And what
And
the
then,
options are.
and then Jeff has the authority to hold them to that. And they need to understand that. I don't know that that's being hard ass. That's just basic business.
I think those are very fair questions, just based on experience that those questions sometimes go unanswered. So if they make those commitments to you in public, that should help us carrying forward when they start and stop and things of that nature.
And who do we talk to if the people that are on the site are not cooperating?
Correct.
And if that person is not available, we'll stop work.
Mayor, why don't we do this during the triple R?
I don't know, maybe that's,
Why are we digging twice?
I don't
or
know,
three
maybe that's a
times?
better time to do it. I
Right, why
don't.
would we dig up
I
now
don't
and
know.
then wait a year and then start building our
Well,
fire
Because the
station?
My guess
triple
is
R
they
isn't
have
going down the
customers
side
waiting
street.
for services.
This
know
is
it is, but
mostly
they-
side
right,
streets
but
and
they-
triple R isn't going there.
Yes, ma'am, I know, but they have to access the poles on A1A. They have to tie in.
Well,
So, okay.
do you know that or you think that?
No, I know that. The
Yes.
main lines are on A1A. And
Okay.
so, for example, Bellito, next time you drive there, 3 times the line traversing the entrance and exit of Bellito Island. It traverses those 2 lanes. 3 times cranes being brought in for development have clipped the line. We went as far one time as 6 weeks with no cable internet or alarm systems.
Now, you see, if something like that were to occur when they're doing this, we need to know who to call
Yes,
and
sir.
how to get it corrected in
Awful.
less than 6 weeks.
Yes, sir.
And that's information Jeff
It
needs
was,
to have if
it's
he's
before
going to
you all were
manage
here.
this.
It's like 6
Yeah.
years ago.
But we can't tolerate that.
No. So
And
I'm just
Jeff-
giving you background so you know
No,
what we're up
I get it.
against.
I'm with you.
And that cable should be redirected and it connects to A1A to the main line, but why run it kitty corner over a bridge?
Right.
And then where you're gonna clip
You,
it.
you can be sure the problems that come up will go right to Jeff. He'll be the lightning rod.
Great. Give him
Right.
his cell phone.
Did you say Pat Roman?
Yeah. Do we get a contract from them? I mean,
Okay.
we're giving them a right to do this. Do we get a contract from them?
Nope.
No, but we can condition a permit, so.
Right, and it's strictly a right of way permit. It is, there's no building permit. I have no right to issue them a permit. There's no inspections for me to do as far as the building permitting is concerned. All the work is being done in a right of way. It's a utility contractor. So it's really about what they're gonna, when they're gonna put things back together. And since it's not a building permit and they're gonna be working in the right of way, they will be parking on the right of way and in the street while they're doing the construction.
Okay, we just want
It's
to
a
get
mess.
the, well, we want to get answers to all the information and make sure that you have the appropriate phone numbers and people to contact if needed. Okay, we have a motion on the floor to move this to the next meeting.
So you're tabling to 11-1.
Well, why don't we table it until they can show somebody to come here? If they want this, then they better come and talk to us.
So that would be a motion to.
Okay, so you
table
want to
the
leave it
date.
open until we get a date from them?
Yes,
So we're available and they can come to any of our meetings.
Correct.
They can pick and choose which date they want to come. Do we have a second on that motion?
Second.
All in favor?
I,
Aye. Okay. While you're there, can I ask a question that's totally off of all of this? No, I'm sorry. Let me stay on schedule. I'll ask the question at the end of the meeting.
Okay.
Let's move on to item D, which can be found on page 222. And that's giving me authorization to execute the additional contract agreement with Axon Enterprises. And I'm going to turn it over to our esteemed officers. Just press the button.
Good. Oh, okay. Major Mike Lowe, I'm here with Officer Riccio, who is our Axon administrator. So he can answer any technical questions that you may have. I'm presenting this agenda item on behalf of Chief Hartman. Back in June of 2021, you approved a 5-year contract with Axon to provide a suite of technology solutions for the police department. That includes our body worn cameras, our in-car cameras, our in-car license plate readers, our tasers, our drone pilot software, and our evidence storage system, also known as evidence.com. Axon Systems is recognized as the industry standard, and our experience with the product and service over the past year and a half has been excellent. We found that the incorporation of these systems has enhanced our ability to provide transparency and accountability to the community and has increased our efficiency in compiling evidence for criminal cases. We recently learned of an impending price change, which would coincide with the end of our current contract, which ends in 2025. The estimates are that because again of supply chain issues, material issues, the cost of doing business, that we could see an increase of up to 30% and maybe as high as 50% when our contract ends and we would be renewing our contract. So as a result of that, we discussed the possibility of extending our current contract with Axon for a total of 10 years in order to lock in the pricing for the foreseeable future. As we're in the second year of a 5-year contract, Axon has agreed to extend our existing contract by 8 years, making the total time 10 years from the original contract. The master agreement that we have with Axon will not change, and we will still continue to have the benefits of the hardware and software upgrades and maintenance for the extended term of this contract. Again, this proposal only changes the term. As a part of this contract extension, the overall annual cost of the town will decrease from $45,922 to $42,505. The savings come in the form of credits for existing hardware and software that we are already in use by the police department. Axon has been established as a town standard for body cameras and in-car cameras. Therefore, the town's procurement policy allows for making purchases based on an established town standard such as this. Our staff recommends that the commission approve the agreement to secure current pricing for the additional years.
Anybody have any questions?
No, I think this is a no-brainer.
Yeah.
It's a no-brainer in that I know I spent a lot of time on this the first time around to know that Axon, they're an excellent company, been around a long time. It's the standard, it's the industry standard for not only police, but for our size organizations. So this also protects us for upgrades that we want to do.
Correct.
Right?
Correct. Upgrades.
Both hardware and software.
That's correct.
Right.
Any new technological changes or upgrades that they come up with during the term of our contract, we would automatically be included in that at no extra charge.
Okay, then the only other question would be in my mind is how vulnerable would we be if they went bankrupt?
Well, you're not paying it in advance.
Yeah.
We don't pay in
We're not
advance.
paying in
No,
advance.
but it's also the equipment. I mean, we get equipment. Are we,
So we have the existing equipment that if they were to go bankrupt, we would still hold on to that equipment.
Yeah.
Of course, we'd have to seek out another provider for those,
so I'm trying to understand is when that happens, you obviously have installed equipment and systems and whatnot. Can it easily be then integrated with another provider?
well, you want
It's it would be very difficult to incorporate everything that we have already done in 2 years. And not that it's not doable, but it would take a tremendous amount of time. And what has happened over the course of the last 6 months is not only do all the smaller agencies in Palm Beach County have Axon cameras, probably over 50%. Now the sheriff's office just signed a contract for 3,600 cameras throughout the county. So they would be
Okay.
hurt real bad. I mean, it would be very difficult, but it's doable.
I'm just
They
saying
give
it's
us
a
an
worst
out, they
case
give
kind
us
of
an out,
situation.
yeah,
I know.
They give us an out, they will give us all of our evidence back on a thumb drive or multiple thumb drives, and we would have to seek out another system.
But they're not just Florida oriented in
No,
terms
they
of the
are
business, they're
worldwide.
nationwide.
They are
So the
world-
chances of this happening
worldwide.
are worst case. Not, I just had to ask the question.
Yeah, so the chances of that occurring are very slim.
Very good. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Is there any downside to this?
That's really
The end of 10 years.
Yep,
And then we
okay.
just cross our fingers.
Should have been 20 then, we'll say. Thank you.
No, it's basically make a commitment now, save $3,400 a year.
Yeah.
guarantee that you got the stuff.
Right.
Absolutely.
Natasha, anything? No.
No.
Okay, need a
seems the
motion.
Right thing to do.
Okay.
You're good.
I
Yes.
move that we approve I move we approve the extension of the Axon contract for another 8 years.
I second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you, gentlemen. You bet. Okay, let's move on to water and sewer and the billing rate review. And Natasha, this is all yours.
Yep, one of my favorite subjects. So
It's on 259.
yes, the memo's on 258, the analysis starts on 259. David and I have been working together and I guess I wanted to just kind of start off with, so the purpose of today is to analyze the fiscal year 12-month billing information that we have now available for fiscal year 2022, 2021, and 2020. So I want to show you what type of revenue changes we actually realized as a result of the rate changes that we have implemented over the last few years. This is just the beginning of the analysis. We're not going to finish today. We will have follow-up sessions on this because the ultimate goal is to figure out what are the future rate change needs that we need for the water and sewer. So today is just to analyze the billing information that we have. November 1, I expect David and I will come up with what our recommended rate change is and what our recommended levels of fund balance that we think should have in both the water fund and the sewer fund. I just want to remind everyone what rate changes we had, just to kind of give a little bit of history. So we had Raftelis come in as a consultant to look at our rate structure, and with the goal, one of the goals was to make the water and the sewer funds fully funded, meaning that those funds are operating with the revenues that they earn based on the water and sewer rates. And we wanted to make the funds self-funded within about 5 years is what we set out to do. And so they recommended a series of rate changes, and what we have implemented so far, April 1, 2021, a 10.5% increase on water, 16.5% increase on sewer. That was the first one under the study. October 1, 2021, we implemented an 11% increase on water and a 13% increase on sewer. And the most recent increase was implemented October 1, 2022. It was a 10% increase on water and a 12% increase on sewer. So when you take a look at those all together, so far we have increased water and sewer rates by 40%. Prior to this, we actually had rate increases. The 10/1/2020 was a 3% increase. And prior to that, it was like 2.5%, 3% prior years. So even prior to this study, we have had regular annual increases in water sewer rates. It's just previously the magnitude was much smaller, 3%, 2.5%. The planned increases going forward. So the next one is October 1, 2023. The planned, according to the Raftelis recommendations, was another 5% increase for both water and sewer. And then after that, they were basically suggesting a 2.5% increase. And that schedule of increases, Raftelis was projecting that the water and sewer funds would be fully funded by fiscal year 2025. So 2024 would have been the last year that we would have needed to do a transfer from general fund. So I just want to keep that in mind as we move forward. So if we could go to page 259, and that is where the exhibits begin, and it's up on the screen. And so if we could direct our attention to, I want to start with actually fiscal year, the middle of the page, what's labeled as fiscal year 2021. Yes. And I just want to remind everyone, when I say a fiscal year, so for example, fiscal year 2021, that is based on usage, not the bills, but the usage that is from October 1, 2020, all the way through September 30th, 2021. That is how you define fiscal year 2021. And so there are 6 billing cycles, and those billing cycles actually start December 1, 2020, because you get the bill after you've had the usage. So it's, December bills all the way through that next October. And so fiscal year 2021, we had actually 2 rate changes that impacted that. So I labeled it there in blue. We had a 4/1/2021, which we would call a mid-year change. And that's when we had the 10.5% increase on water and the 16.5% increase on sewer. So when you average those out together, the way that it gets weighted out, it was actually a projected revenue change of 6.3% because it was mid-year and you average out the sewer and the water. So Raftelis was projecting a 6.3% increase. And that is compared to the prior fiscal year. So it's fiscal year 2021 compared to fiscal year 2020. That rate change was supposed to result in an increase of revenue of 6.3%. Also included in that 10/1/2020, we had a 3% increase. I should have put that as a line item, but there was also a 3% increase. So fiscal year 2021 compared to fiscal year 2020, we really expect, when you consider both rate changes, the 3% 10/1/2020 and the 4/1/21 change, it's a total expected revenue increase of 9.5%, because that's a 6.3 and 3. And what we actually got was column G, the bolded blue, we actually got 19% increase in revenue. And we in the system where we are currently pulling out data, we do not have reliable water gallon usage in the data. So I can't really explain to you why exactly we got 19% increase in revenue when we only expected 9.5. But my hunch is it, might be the usage. But I think that is good news. We got more revenue than we expected, so we are in good shape. When we were leading into this analysis, I think we were really concerned we weren't going to get as much revenue as we were projecting. So I think it's good news from the perspective of we got more revenue than we expected. So now, if we can go to fiscal year 2022, which is the box above, yes, thank you. And we do the same analysis. So we just recently finished fiscal year 2022. So we can compare fiscal year 2022 to 21 and so that is impacted by one rate change, which was implemented 10/1/21, which I had mentioned previously, which is a water rate change of 11% and a sewer rate change of 13%. And when you roll that together, it was an overall revenue increase expected of 11.7%. And if you look at column B, the bolded blue number, we actually got 14%. So that was actually pretty close to what was expected. And if we go, so for fiscal year 22 and 21, we actually have good water usage numbers. And if you look at column E is the percentage change in usage. And what I mean by usage is the actual gallons of water flow that our residents have actually used. And if you look at column E at the bottom of that box, it's 5%. So we actually had overall for the town of Highland Beach, a 5% increase in water usage. And then if you look at the rows just above that, you can see by the types of dwelling units. So condos actually had a decrease in usage of 9%. Single family homes had an increase of 27%. And then looks like Delray Sands had a pretty big increase. And I guess ironically, this is kind of opposite of what I expected going into this, because I thought the single family homes, because each individual has more control over their own
Yeah,
individual.
This is exactly the opposite.
I know it
Oh,
is.
my
I know it is. So,
Crazy.
but at least, yeah, overall.
Yep.
Well, I mean, I think maybe I think it's good that the condos are taking look at their
Well, you have new
usage.
meters in the condos too, right?
I don't know that we have, and I
Not
think,
necessarily.
and that's something else that's going to come out of this is a priority list of condominiums that perhaps are in most need of updated meters.
Yeah.
Because we're taking a closer look at usage. And we can see by condos, maybe some that their drop in usage might be not so well explained, and perhaps those are candidates for
Meter.
new meters.
Yeah, because that is exactly the opposite. You would have thought
I
the
know.
condos would have less control over their water and single families have more control, and yet they
More
went up.
usage, yeah. The other thing I'll tell you about what I did, so the town classifies properties as residential multifamily based on, like, I guess the actual meter that they're. I am actually classifying when you look at the exhibits that I'm producing here. So for example, those single family home communities, which would have been placed in a multifamily meter because it's like one big meter, I guess, all going through. I'm actually classifying those as single family. So like the single family includes those single family home communities that.
They're no more than 3 families in those,
No, they're each structure is a single family home.
but there's
And
1 meter for the 3. But
There's
it's
one
not-
1 meter for the 20 homes in there. There's 20 homes in there. Or whatever number it is, Ocean Cove.
Oh.
So I'm actually calling them. So we're gonna see, and it's gonna be a little confusing when David presents his stuff and I present my stuff. Because there was, one of the objectives also was the making sure everybody's paying their fair amount, because those single family communities were actually getting put into the condo rate structure, and they had a more beneficial rate structure. And there was some concerns about the fairness of that. And so I actually did classify them. So, the single family homes, those communities, And it's really only 3 communities. It's basically those 3 home communities. And there's, no, it's not Russell. It's,
Think of the one next door. Right here,
yes,
right here.
yes.
They're single family homes and they have
Yes.
1 meter.
Right, and they're classified in the town billing as multifamily because of the way they structured their water. But I put it, I'm calling, they are in the single family home. I think it's 3 communities that get reclassified in my analysis. And the reason was because one of the objectives was to make sure that, you know, between the single family homes and the true multifamily condos, there was equity in the flow, you know, what they're paying for flow of water. And if you look at fiscal year, if we could just scroll down a little bit so we can see the fiscal year 20. Oh, I guess no, actually it's fine the way you have it. If you look at fiscal year 2021, column F, and you look at condos, they paid 76% of the revenue dollars in 2021. And that drops, if you look at just above fiscal year 2022 and column in box A, that drops to 71%. The reason for that drop is because of that change in structure that we did, the tiers, fixing the tiers, fixing the relativity of the flat rate versus the tiered rates and stuff like that. So, so that column A compared to column F shows that single family homes are paying a bigger share of the revenues that are coming in compared to condos. And that was intentional to improve the equity of what those dwelling units were paying into the system. And we knew that it wasn't going to be perfect. So if we move over to column C, you'll see the share of usage by the type. So the condos, they're actually using, 57% of the water, but, they are paying more than 57% of the revenue, but it just has to be that we knew we had to balance because we have to cover the fixed costs of the water utility and everybody has to contribute to that fixed cost. So this was our way of striking more of a balance between those dwellings. So I think the good news about that, the message there is we did, in my opinion, meet that objective of making the costs by type of dwelling a little bit more equitable. So that was the water and sewer.
Oh, excuse me.
Come on, Joe.
It's gotten worse. It's gotten worse. If we look at 21, single family used 30% of the water and paid 21% of the billing. So there's a 9% swing. If you look at it in 22, it's a 12% swing. So they're getting a better deal in 22 than they got in 21. They paid 9% less of the billing than they did of the water they used. Now they're getting 12% less of the billing than the water that they used.
But Mr. Mayor, if I may, we.
Not if you're going to disagree with me. Come on, come on.
It was easy. We know that the bigger meters, the condos, we know that we have some type of meter issue and we're addressing that one at a time, right? So I actually think that the reduction here in 2022, if I see that correctly, right, is definitely a result of some metering issues. We have some older, larger meters there that, just like our human bodies, we tend to slow down with age. We don't speed up. So I know that right now, and we're on a path. Matter of fact, what the Madam Vice Mayor and myself are doing, we're working on a 5-year forecast. We're including in that 5-year forecast
a consistent meter change out program to stop this from happening. So.
I understand that.
yeah.
And I'm not disagreeing with what we did. I was party to it and I think we did a great job. And look at, we picked up more revenue. I mean, it's moving in the right direction. However, one of the objectives I don't think we met. And that was closing the spread. If you look at just the percentages, yeah, we went down 5% and single family went up 4%. But when you look at the usage against it, it doesn't apply.
Yeah, I think it would have been much worse had we kept it the same, much worse. And so I can't really show that, but it definitely would have been much worse.
The spread would have gotten even worse.
Yes,
Very well may have.
yeah.
But even with what we did, we picked up the revenue, which was great, but we didn't improve the difference. So I think we still need to attack that.
Yeah, we can,
That's all I'm saying.
you know,
Single family got even a better deal in 22 than they got in 21.
well, yeah, I mean, so 2020, I mean, we don't have the usage numbers and it is, and I did check to make sure. I mean, it looks quirky that column F is very similar to the percentages in fiscal year 2020. I did confirm that it is, if you scroll down just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we need to track another year yet.
So, yeah, I mean, I think we need the jury still out, to be honest, because fiscal year 2021 compared to 2020, those percentages were pretty consistent. You know, condos were representing 76% of the revenue and then single families were 21. So I do think that the fact that 2021, the distribution did shift, I think that is an improvement. But perhaps that is something, and I don't have the usage to show you, you know, column C and D for fiscal year 2020.
Okay.
But I think
see what
let's see, let's give it one more year. I do think we'll dig into it a little bit more.
Okay.
And then because the funds are separate, we have the water fund and the sewer fund. I thought it was important. I added these two other exhibits, which show, so the first one is on page 260 is the water fund alone. So these are just the water revenues alone, which includes water and irrigation combined. So this is page 260. And it's the same structure that I showed you before. So if we look at 2021, we focus on column G and we look at the blue bolded number, we got a 21% increase in revenues. And so that was impacted by the 4/1/21 change of an increase of 10.5% and the 10/1/20 change of 3%. So we're expecting a revenue increase of about 13.5%, and we really got 21. So we got more in water revenues. And then in fiscal year 22, if you look at column B, the bolded blue we received a 17% increase in revenue. We realized a 17% increase in revenue, and we expected an 11% because we had the 10/1/21 water rate change. So we got more than what we expected. And then if we advance to the sewer results, so if we look at again fiscal year 21, column G, we realized a 16% increase in revenues from the sewer. So the water, we received more revenues than what we expected, and then the sewer came out a little bit less than what we expected. So we had the rate change in 4/1/21, the mid-year change of 16.5, and then 10/1/20, we had the 3% increase, and we realized 16% And then 10-1-21, if we look to the fiscal year 22 numbers, we realized an 8% increase in revenue, and that was impacted by a rate change of 13%.
Nobody went to church.
Yeah, nobody flushed the toilet at church, I guess.
I'll ask for forgiveness.
Question. We had a semi drought last year. Does that factor in terms of additional watering of lawns? Because we did not have a major tropical storm, which usually fills our water table and it lets you turn off the sprinklers for weeks at a time.
So I'm not sure. So
don't know if
I
it
remember, I
affects-
recall
I
August
don't
and
know.
September being very dry.
Yes, we had a very dry
2022.
time.
I know I used a lot more water. So and actually when I was looking at it, and when I was looking at the 5 billing cycles, I was a little concerned that we were not going to get enough revenue. And then we got that 6th billing cycle, which was the August and September. And then we got more revenue. So I do think it's important that we look at the 12 months in total. With each one, I was kind of like looking at, where we were, and going forward, I do recommend, I mean, we can take a peek at what the data shows after each billing cycle, but it's really not until you have the 6th billing cycle that we really have a picture of, what kind of increase in revenues.
Also, there's
we have.
several home sites under construction, more than in recent years. And there aren't people living in those homes. There's not grass to water. I just
Yeah.
wonder how many, if that factors in,
could
if you
be.
got 15 single family homes under construction using just a bit of water for cement or whatever. I think that it might be minimal, but I think it offers the reduction.
Yeah. Yep. So this is what the revenue changes were, what the billing data is reflecting, and the revenue changes that we have. So the next steps are, so David and I are going to work together. He has already started forecasting for the next few years, the water fund revenues and expenditures. And we're going to be coming up with recommendations on the fund balance for water. We're going to do the same thing for sewer. We're going to forecast the revenues, forecast what we think is a recommended level of fund balance for sewer. And what's going to fall out of that is an indicated rate change for 10-1-23, and forward. So at the November 1 meeting, we'll have forecasts of those funds. And then we're going to have our recommendation for what the rate change need is to maintain the fund balance and to maintain that these funds are fully funded based on its own revenue from the rates. So this was really just step 1 to see what we actually got. And then now we will plug these in to the forecasts so that we can come up with what the next rate change should be. And I guess my question to you guys is there anything else that you guys want to see as part of this analysis?
Do we have to communicate rate change in advance?
Yes, we do.
Well,
There is a timeline. So the 10-1-23, when do we have to start communicating to the residents with it?
The August billing for a 10-1 change. So it's the prior billing cycle that we have to put notice that the rates are going to go up. So
Right.
August, we would need to know.
Okay.
So right now, the Raftelis report recommended a 5% increase for 10-1-23.
Okay.
From what I've seen so far. So, and then the other thing that the Raftelis did was, obviously Raftelis did their report a couple of years ago, when inflation wasn't as much as it is now. But we got more revenue than we expected. So it's shaping up from what I can see so far that 5% is probably a good number for 10-1-23. But going forward, I think they had us at like 2.5%, going forward. I think that might be too low, going forward.
No, we got time on that one.
Yeah, we do. We do. And so another part of this analysis, I would recommend we do this once a year and we figure out, instead of having, a set, I think in the past, it was, we had a set 3% increase every year. I think this would be easy enough. I think David and I can work together. Okay, this is the set of exhibits that we need every year. And then we can estimate what that next year's rate change is in order to maintain the fund balance and to maintain the self-sufficiency. So.
Agreed. Yep, thank you. Well done.
So anything else that you guys want to see other
Yeah.
than what I said? So next time, David and I are going to come to you with a kind of a detailed forecast of those budgets. And then, what we think the recommended fund balance will be.
And the payoff on the debt.
Yes, and it'll also include, you also have to remember that not only were we trying to match up revenues with operating expenditures, but we're also trying to match up capital costs, right? Capital. When you're dealing with water and sewer, I want you to think about a boat, right? I want you to think, and boat is a lot of maintenance, especially with water. Matter of fact, I believe we won like the best tasting water in the world or something like that. I don't remember.
South Florida.
Universe.
Oh,
Universe.
Right.
Universe.
But at the end of the day, we have the most expensive form of water, right? Reverse osmosis. And so at the end of the day, it is capital intensive. And so you got to remember our rates not only have to cover our operating costs, but also capital. And at which point, and we're looking more long-term. So yeah, what the Madam Vice Mayor and myself are doing, we're trying to keep that focus forward. And, Raftellus' report 2 years ago, I think the highest cost of living adjustment they had was maybe 5%. I think it was like health insurance. Well, I'm not sure. I think those may be the good old days. So but again, we have detail list out. We can change any percentage we want. We can mess around with the numbers and how that changes forward. So we're working together with that.
Remember, one of the impetus behind this was, number one, obviously, we were priced too low compared to the market, but also was we wanted to get that debt transferred over and paid down. So let's not lose sight of that.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, but we're on track that fiscal year 2024 would be the last year for the transfer. That's what we are on track for. And so fiscal year 2025, no more transfers.
Excellent.
So.
Mayor,
Excellent.
I just wanted to encourage Marshall and our staff when we have rate changes, because there's always talk in the public and among the residents, if we could explain them in layman's terms in advance of their getting a bill and all, like we did, I think, a year and a half ago. It's a big help.
Yeah.
People to try to understand instead of saying, oh, what happened to my bill, and have the office deluge with calls.
Yeah, that's why it goes out in advance.
Right, please.
No
It
surprises.
just helps a lot.
Anything else on water sewer?
Well, I'm not sure how relevant this is, but David, I can remember at the time when we were all a bit alarmed at the drop. That was not a trivial time. And so is there a way, David, to, get some sort of notice if we see something like that happen, that we can address it? Because we don't want to go too long after a spike like that downward before we start taking corrective action. Is there any reason?
Right. So what we do now is, we look at these trending points of data every time we bill out, right? So if I bill out on October, I think 4th, I billed out on, we're able to download the data, put it in charts, put it in graphs, see what's changed and where and why
After each billing period.
after each billing period.
It's every 2 months.
Yep, every 2 months. And it is, and we have you have invested in an excellent system, right? We have the ability to go to a meter, put in something that extracts out the data and gives us 90 days of their usage. Now we do that. And that's been a very good tool when customers have come to us and said, how come I'm using all this usage? Well, we can do a data download and we can show them here, 4 o'clock in the morning, your sprinklers are going off, and things like that. So we have a lot of those tools that we have. So yes.
Well, we just don't want surprises.
Yeah,
That's one thing none of us want to see is get a surprise, but clearly you and our distinguished vice mayor has done an outstanding job on these numbers.
And I have great staff. It's not me. It's, I really have a great staff.
We know
Deirdre-
it's not you.
Yeah, I know. Listen, I know, right? I'm just the person that takes the hits there, but they're
Do the
great.
proxy.
Deirdre-
I got it. Thank you.
You good to go? Okay, thank you. Let's move on to, this is to discuss how we're going to handle the temporary vacancy as for Peggy as she wins the upcoming election. Should we announce your victory now? Okay. So I'm going to turn it over to Marshall, who put the note out to us, and then we can talk through the alternatives.
Yeah, so we've done this before, so we're gonna do it again. This is under better pretenses than the last. So under statute, the resign to run statute, Peggy has to step away from her position, basically the 9th at midnight. And that's basically under statute when the elected official takes office. So as of the 9th through March 14th of 23, the position is open, and the commission would appoint for the temporary period. And then the individual that wins the election on March 14th then assumes the final year of that term and then has to rerun for the new 3-year term the following March. So you have some dates in here.
Wait a minute, back up. When after 3/14/23, that position becomes available for the unexpired term.
Yeah,
Which
for the
is
1
1
year.
year. 1 year. Okay, I thought you said 3. I'm sorry.
No, for 1 year,
You
and then
did say
in
1. Okay.
March of 24, that
Okay,
seat is open for the next 3-year term through March of 27.
got it. Okay.
All right, so then you have some dates here. If we recall back in 19, which, gosh, that was three years now. We had the resignation of the vice mayor, so the commission then asked for individuals to apply. 2 did apply. The mayor was one of them. They had a public interview, then the commission selected based on that public interview who they wanted to fill that interim period. So I guess I'm turning it over to the commission to determine how you want to do that. I would give yourselves at least several weeks, 2 to 3 weeks, to solicit applicants.
Yep.
And then bring them either to a special meeting, or we carve out more time during a regular meeting to have the public interview and selection process, depending on the number of people that apply. So if you get two to apply, you could do it during a normal meeting because it wouldn't take more than probably an hour. But if you have 5, 6, 7, 8 people interested, I would call a special meeting whereby you would spend several hours going through that process and scoring in some fashion the candidate that you wanted.
Right. 11/9's around the corner. So today, now, we have to decide what we're going to do, how we're going to do it, et cetera. Okay. One thing, though, that we need to also decide. The person that fills the interim spot, the spot between 11/9 and March 14th. If that person is also going to be running for the unexpired 1-year term after that, if that person serves these few months, if we selected them amongst whoever applied, that person would have a leg up because they would become the incumbent. So we have to think, is that really important or not important? If we think it's important, then we can say that whoever serves during those few months cannot run for the one unexpired term, that one following year. So that way, people that are running for that open seat for the few months have made the decision they're not going to run to fill that upcoming year. That would be one thing we can do so that whoever fills that seat doesn't get a leg up. Or we say, yeah, they're not really going to get a leg up and it doesn't matter. So I think we need to make that decision now. What do you think?
When Greg Babby was chosen to be vice mayor,
Yes.
didn't he run? How did that go? No,
No,
he
at
was
the end of his-
chosen and then he.
At
He
the end
filed
of
to
his
run,
term,
then he withdrew
he
and
withdrew,
hey, who's the vice
Oh,
mayor?
and you
okay,
came
so
in.
that was me? Oh, okay.
He was-
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I thought maybe there was a point in there where it
Nope.
was a similar type
It
situation.
was for the remaining term.
But
so,
no
yeah.
one said he couldn't run, right? There was no decision that was made.
It's a very
He was
different time.
actually, he was
There-
actually going to
Well,
run.
there were
right?
only 2 people that applied, he and I,
Mhm,
for that interim period.
right.
And it was never discussed about running or not running after that.
What you could do too is you make that decision once you get all the applicants. Right? So if the person, and what I would say is if the person running for that unexpired 1 year is uncontested and then also applies to fill it, you may want to take a different direction and say, well, they're going to be that person anyway. Might as well get them in earlier to catch up.
Yeah.
But if you have, it's a contested election, meaning more than one person running for that 1 year, you may not want to then jump into potentially slanting the race. Maybe,
Right.
maybe not, but
Well,
that'd be more of a concern maybe.
what you just said makes a lot of sense. That person can in fact run if it's uncontested.
Yeah.
If it's contested, then they can't run. That's a potential consideration.
Mhm.
I would be in favor of whoever we chose to fill this position to let them run just like anybody else would and call them the incumbent. If they're here willing to volunteer their time, get up to speed. I can speak for myself. It takes a little while to get up to speed on all this. And I also think that,
See, that's why they have a leg up.
which is, if they're willing to volunteer their time now, I see no issue with that. Me personally, that is my opinion. I would be in favor of allowing that to happen.
I'm not voicing my opinion. Oops, whoops, we got a legal issue.
Not so much legal, it's just another idea. You meet on November 15th. Qualifying ends November 22nd. There's nothing that says you couldn't call a special meeting on November 23rd or 24th. And by then you'll know who's qualified. And you're not
qualified,
putting this
who's not.
condition out there ahead of time. You'd only have one meeting without a commissioner, which would be November 15th. Because November 9th, Peggy's going to be going to the House. And then November 15th, you meet without making a decision. November 22nd, qualifying ends. You call a special meeting on the 23rd or 24th, have that person ready to serve December 6th. There's one suggestion to avoid that whole question of,
Go through the application, but do the
have all
interview
the
then.
applications in, but do the interviews the day.
If there's
after.
only one, it's simple.
Then it's
Right.
Very simple.
And if there's only one running, it's simple.
Exactly. You could maybe eliminate some of the drama about
It's a
it.
great idea.
So I'll ask a stupid question.
There aren't any stupid. The stupid ones are the ones that aren't asked. You've heard that before.
So why do we have to do anything?
What do you mean, why do we have?
Why
to
do we what?
anything? You
Why
can't,
do we have to do anything?
because
Oh,
you
you have
can't
to
leave it
fill the seat.
open.
Do we
You-
have to have,
Yes.
Yes,
do we have to have what? Legally, do we have to have an?
let me tell you why. Otherwise, a vote could be 2-2.
No, I understand that. I mean, I'm just saying legally, can we operate with one less seat?
Yes, the charter says you have to fill the seat.
Charter says you have to fill the seat, and I think
Yes,
it's
well-
30 days.
Look at Marshall, on this. I'm not sure it gives
you a
timeline to fill it in. I mean, that's obviously another option too, but the mayor's got a good point. You could potentially have a 2-2.
Absolutely.
but
Yeah, no, I think
Generally.
It's in the charter.
it seems to me
Yeah, might be-
before, it
might
was
be
in
right.
the
It is
charter.
in there. I'm not-
And there was a limited period of time.
I believe you have 30 days, but I wouldn't
Right.
swear to that.
Yeah, so,
Thank you, Lynn. 30 days.
so we have no choice but to fill it.
I had to ask the question.
And I had to answer you.
It seemed like it was not that easy.
I think you had a great idea.
So basically by December 9th, we need to have it filled so you could do it
Right.
as Glenn contends or as set out, you could follow that timeline and still be within the charter.
So I guess I feel that the responsibility, the onus is on us to pick someone who we feel could be a good commissioner after March 14th. And so I would not restrict the candidate from running. I mean, I think that's a fair thing to do.
Okay.
I disagree. Because I think that by seating someone who is then going to be running against somebody else, you're giving them exposure that the other person would not be able to get. Because if you've ever tried to go into condos, which make up most of our voters, to talk to them, it's virtually impossible.
Yeah, I know.
And it's like it's equivalent to endorsing. If you
Yeah.
appoint that person, then we're endorsing them.
In a way,
and-
we are by voting.
And we're not supposed to endorse.
On the other hand, if somebody's really interested in the job, whether he or she is on the commission at our election or simply attends every meeting, we have people that do that.
Absolutely, but that's not the point. The
But they would
point,
learn then how it operates.
you're absolutely right. They would learn by coming and watching it, how it operates. But I don't think as a commission, we should endorse one candidate over another.
But then you're saying, we want to pick a candidate that prevents them from running, even if they're a good person.
No, what I'm saying is if people understand that unless there's only one person running for the seat, then it's irrelevant. But if anybody else would be asked or requested that we won't appoint you unless you do not run for that open seat, that you serve those 4 or 5 months. And then if you want to run, you can run the following year for a different seat.
Well, that's a tough one.
My turn? You done? I think you have a valid point. The commission as a body should not make an endorsement. Individually, of course you can. That's one. Two, I think you've got a great idea, Glenn. I think that's terrific. Well, that one's worth it. But the decision still has to be made on whether we allow somebody to serve for those 4 months and then run or not. And we're going to be split on it because I think it's a bad idea. Again, because the commission would then be endorsing. And that gives somebody a major leg up. And it allows them to sit here for 4 months and then run. So whoever is watching, which is 100 people maybe, they see them sitting there. They see them participating. We would select a good person so they would participate well. It just gives them too much benefit, I think. So I would not do it. So there we are. We're split 2-2.
Mayor, I've served with 11 different commissioners up here since
Say it again,
2000.
please.
Sorry, I've served with 11 different people up here.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
And
And this is the best.
of course, we should just glue
like that,
ourselves
huh?
to the chair. Two things. First of all, we went many times without a seated person and we have this ordinance in place. But I had suggested in the past, because of such not quibbling, but just disparate concerns, that we temporarily, in the event of death or resignation, we temporarily appoint the head of the planning board. And David Axelrod was the current person at that time, and he agreed that would be a great method for a temporary fill. So that's one idea. And then secondly, there is the set, you know, we can't leave it vacant for more than 30 days. But the time of year we have now with Christmas, Hanukkah, the holidays, it's a lessened schedule. And so that needs to be taken into effect. But we had one death, one resignation, temporary people. It became quite the turnover for a while. And it's good to have continuity when you can, but when you appoint someone who's already actively involved for years, such as the head of one of the boards, that's also a good method, because they're already involved at their level.
I hear you.
So that's just
That's an
another
interesting
option.
thought. However, I feel very strongly that we really should let the residents have the opportunity to apply for it. If we didn't, and we had to make, like, if we had to make a decision now, I would opt to do what you're suggesting, because that makes total sense. But I really like the idea of letting the residents decide if they want
Oh,
to
of
serve for
course.
4 months. We have time to do it. I think we should do that.
Absolutely. But you might consider down the road in the event of death or leaving this city, moving, whatever, there is an immediate appointment available by elevating a board member president. That's a nice temporary option.
Or even a past commissioner. So yeah, there are ways to draw, but okay, so we're split. What do we do? What's the procedure?
So we're going to announce that those that are interested can apply with a letter of interest, a resume and or resume. Maybe they fill out the application for board applications, you know, kind of do that. So similar to what we did before. So send a letter of interest, fill out the application. And then
Can we give them the dates?
we
that
give
they would
them
be-
until, you know, the 15th, and then we'll have a special meeting 7 days later. So once we get all of the applicants, you'll have at least a week of time to look through them all, and then we make that decision. And if we wanted to, we could pick the date.
Well, I loved your idea.
Yeah.
We know whether we have the problem or not. And then we would have to somehow figure out between the four of us what we do. If it ends up flipping a coin, we'll flip a coin, but we'll make a decision.
So
And
you
we'll all
could
and we will all
conceivably,
support that decision, whatever it is.
so on Tuesday, the 22nd at
Okay.
1:30, you
Forward.
can have a special commission meeting to seat that person. So on the 22nd at 1:30, registration or whatever or qualification ends at noon. So we'll know who's in. They'll, if they're interested in the interim as well, they will have applied by the 2 weeks that we give them. And then you guys make your decision.
Yeah, perfect.
Interview them in public, ask them questions.
So again, what we're saying is at the end of their temporary term, can they run or not?
We will
We
determine,
haven't decided
we'll bring
that
the
yet.
subject back up when we
that's-
see how many people apply.
Right.
If only one person applies, then it's a done deal. And we'll also see how many people are running. If only one person is running for the seat, then it's not a discussion either. If it's still a discussion because there are multiple people running for that seat, then the four of us will talk about it again and we'll come to a conclusion. Okay. Okay,
I believe I
We're
still
good?
have a vote up here, even though I'm not technically, we're talking about my seat,
we are talking about your seat.
but I believe I still have a vote today.
I don't think so,
How does that
Be-
work, Glenn?
because you won't be, you won't be.
Today, if
member.
we were to decide today.
We're not deciding
I
today.
understand that. I'm just
No.
saying for the record, for future people who might pass away on,
For the record, you might have to ask
that's why I'm
council.
asking, just
You
so if
might,
this comes
but
up
I don't know
again.
that it's appropriate.
True. But I'm just saying you might think about it because I've been through so many changes
Well,
and there were times it was extremely
you'll have to
challenging.
first tell me which side you're on.
It's a Wednesday.
Not Suzanne. It's just very
Tell me.
challenging.
And Tuesday.
We gotta have
It's
a
a very
little fun here.
challenging time.
Oh, it's second on Tuesday, isn't it?
All right, what's next here? Okay, approval of minutes.
So,
You got all that on the dates and everything?
no, here's what I would suggest. We're going to announce starting this, let me give you some dates, the 24th. So next Monday, we'll put out that residents interested in filling the 4 months of the unexpired term from this date to this date has until November 15th at 12 PM to submit their application and letter of interest. And then the following Tuesday at 1:30, you'll hold public interviews and make your decisions.
I'd say, and a brief either resume or summary of background or
Yeah,
something.
something like that. Yeah. So you fill out the application, letter of resume, you know, that kind of thing. And then we will take care of it on the 22nd.
Yep. Sounds good.
Special meeting. That's all we're going to cover.
Nothing else.
That's it.
Okay,
Those timelines work for everybody?
Unless you want to do a double meeting, one to take care of that and two to review the firehouse.
Let's hold on that.
All right, see how you're
See
progressing.
how we feel on the first, because we can always add stuff. But at this point,
Okay,
we'll call a special meeting on the 22nd at 1:30 for the appointment process, public interview process. Candidates interested have from just October 24th through the 15th to submit letter of interest, application and resume, CV. Depends on who they are, I guess. That sound good to everybody?
mhm.
candidate review. Did you say 1:30?
1:30 on the 22nd.
Okay, let's move on now to the minutes. Anybody?
I do have one change. So on page 270. At the bottom. It reads as if I had provided an actual analysis at that meeting, but I didn't. I was just suggesting that one was coming. So I am suggesting we replace the sentence that starts with, she provided an update on finalizing. Replace it with, for the October 18, 2022 Town Commission meeting. She plans to include an agenda item with historical water and sewer billing information by fiscal year to begin the analysis of future rate changes. So, that sentence would replace the two sentences that start with she, on the bottom of page 270, continuing to page 271. I did already forward it to Linelda, so she has
Oh, great.
exactly what
Great.
I wanted
Okay.
to replace.
Anybody have anything else?
I have a couple.
Yep.
Third paragraph or fourth, if you count the top line of 268. Middle sentence of the paragraph starting following the presentation.
Yes.
Chief Hartman mentioned that the most prominent focus is prevention, comma, not a period, and then small w in which, because that's not a full sentence.
Yep.
Mhm.
And then on page 270, it's not very clear here. Middle paragraph beginning with Mayor Hillman indicated. I think we should explain, he's also suggested presenting resolutions in encased frames. But saying he also likes the encased frames is unclear.
Yes.
There's no previous reference to what frames we're talking about.
While we're on that, can we go to the next paragraph? Where it
Okay.
says, first sentence under paragraph 12, Lightning is misspelled.
Mhm. No E.
Right.
Right, no E. And then one more for me, minor, but nonetheless, let's be perfect. Page 271. 1, 2, 3, third paragraph, the date October 18th. We need a space there before the year. Just to be efficient. And that's it for me.
Okay, anyone else? I just have an overall comment on the minutes, which you know I'm going to make. These are voluminous
Yes.
Too long.
and totally unnecessary. In my opinion, fell right back to where we were 2 years ago. Does anybody disagree with me?
No, I agree. They should be more concise.
Or did somebody else write them or something?
No, we just added the essence of the conversations. So
No, you
we'll-
have the
we'll-
whole
we'll-
conversation here. We're gonna get ourselves in trouble. I think we're wasting personnel time and energy on this.
Point
Okay, we
taken.
need a motion. Need a motion to accept the minutes with,
I move we accept the minutes as corrected.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, on to comments. John, back to you.
I think I've made enough comments.
Okay, Evelyn, your turn.
No, I have
I'll
nothing.
take that, John.
No, no comments today.
One brief, since we don't have pizza and it's getting dinner time. Just that I attended a county workforce housing meeting at the West Boca Library. And I know the county commission is working on it, but we really do have a shortage of workforce housing here in Southeast County especially. So just keep an eye on news stories for that, because I'm sure the commission is working on how to manage it as well as the state. I mean, kids in college and just out of college, 20-something kids, of which I have 3. There's really a shortage of affordable housing for young professionals, working people.
Yeah, I have
So
a
the
question
county's
for you.
tackling it. Yes, sir.
Let's see if you know. I know there's a $200 million bond question on the upcoming.
Yes.
Do you know how they plan to spend that? Are they trying to do a government, private sector combined program, or are they planning on building with it, or what are they planning to, how are they planning to utilize that money?
Basically, private-public partnership. And they're looking at especially walkability locations, such as maybe there's an old strip mall in Palm Springs. They're looking at building shops, housing close to Tri-Rail, close to Brightline.
That I know. Do you know how they're thinking about structuring this partnership?
Not fully. They're taking bids from various developers, builders. They're looking at tax breaks for them. I do know
They
that,
don't need 200 million to give a tax
No.
break.
no, we don't. I do know that the cost to taxpayers, I'm told, would be, they brought up at this meeting, $4.36 per $100,000 of your value of your home.
Yeah. See, I looked it up and I couldn't find anything to tell me how they plan to use the
It's
200 million.
nebulous at this point, unless Jeff has better input. If you've attended any of these, it's a little nebulous. They're
I could-
looking at the brownfields.
Do you
Yeah, I
know,
have a
Marshall?
presentation that was
here we go.
provided, like a PowerPoint presentation at one of our FCCMA meetings. Just remind me tomorrow. I'll try to dig that up for
You
you.
could email that to us.
Yep, yep,
I
yep.
would think everybody has a similar question.
But again, the reason why you're having a hard time is House Bill 921. No one could talk about it. So,
That's true, too.
I mean, that really hurt us all.
Yeah, yeah.
But again, they weren't very detailed in the presentations I've heard. I think Commissioner Gus Simon's correct that they're just looking to have that money available to leverage. Whether it's in a TIF district, whether it's in an old rehabilitation, the question remains, how much private does 200 million attract with construction costs the way they are today? Does that 200 million really get us a lot of traction or not? That's probably a big question.
Yeah,
Hard to
that's
get-
why
try
I
to get
was
your-
asking
But
how
let me
they,
get that
how they want
presentation.
to leverage it. I'm obviously very much in favor of it. We clearly need the housing. but if it's not used properly, it's not going to go very far.
Yeah, so they're just trying to, like, it's the county share with everybody else to say, hey, we can play now. And they're also going to leverage ARPA funds as well. I think there's like 117 million of ARPA funds they have or something around that. So they're going to throw that in the pots. They're just putting, it's like passing the hat around. This is an oversimplification. So I apologize,
yeah.
especially if any housing advocates are out there. I'm over.
Okay.
Basically, we're putting more money in the hat to build something to get it off the ground.
Okay.
So.
I'll add, they're looking at the brownfields or the slightly or somewhat contaminated former sites of
And
whatever.
that won't bring up any
construction.
environmental justice issues though,
Right.
right?
Thank you.
Okay.
That,
No, it'd be great use of a lot of these older structures. And I'm totally in favor of it, but I want to know how.
it's very nebulous, but the presentation is interesting. So if Marshall can get it,
Okay.
to us, it would help all of us.
Yeah, I'll get that to you.
Maybe put it on our website. No, give it to us. then we can be
Let's
more
see it
knowledgeable.
first.
Yeah.
I think I'll give it to you. I don't know if I could advocate. I'm still trying to get
That's true.
921 in my head
Right, that
clearly.
21 is tough.
Yeah.
Not a good
Yeah,
idea.
I'm just, right, thinking out. loud.
If not, I can get you the links to the two agencies. I'm looking at Glenn because he's more plugged into those larger county agencies on housing. Yeah, because there's two housing groups, like nonprofits that are advocating for it. So.
No,
I know.
all right.
Right.
Presentation.
Yeah.
Right, no ideas, right.
Bob Weinrock, and he basically just said, "It's expensive to live in Boca, we need affordable housing."
No, we all know that. We all agree with that.
No details.
Yeah. Right.
Right.
Okay. Natasha? all
Nothing
yours.
from me.
Ah, we waited that long. Jeff, thank you for hanging. I drove up and down the side streets in preparation of coming here. And I think it was Bel Air Drive that I'm going to be talking about. There's construction going on there. There's two pieces of a construction. They're both on the south side. And I couldn't tell that they looked like multifamily. And they looked like new construction. Do you know, I figured you would know about what they are. Could you tell me what's going on there?
So one of them, they're just gutting, and I don't know what the intention is. I know at the very least we have a demo permit. The other one, they were just renovating one of the units, but they have the whole thing fenced off.
Yeah.
So because they need to hide the dumpster and so on and so forth. They're just renovations. There are no plans at this time because of the problems where, you know, they have like a 3-unit. They want to knock it down and build a nicer 3-unit, but they can't. So I don't know, like we have no new plans in because they can't do what they want to do. So one of the places that just one of the units is being renovated, just one of the units. That's it.
So what one could do is keep the 4 walls and just renovate 3 units that are in the interior. Is that correct?
They could do that. The problem is this can be considered a substantial improvement and they're gonna have to raise the height of the floor.
Yeah.
Because as soon as you exceed 50% of the value of the building, it triggers more work as far as compliance with FEMA floodplain. And from our standpoint, we go from the Florida Building Code, we go to what's called a level 3 alteration. And then now all of a sudden they're putting fire sprinklers and all kind of stuff in the building. So it becomes very expensive to just leave the same building there and try to renovate it. It's probably better for them to knock it down and
If they have
build a
the
new one.
opportunity with new zoning, it would be better just start from scratch.
If they had that ability, that would be
If they
great.
had that
But the problem is FEMA, and rightfully so, the buildings are low.
And in the meantime, we end up with a lot that has just been scraped when they can't do anything. So it's a nice little.
Oh, well, that's not going to happen, but yes. Now, one other thing I wanted to ask you on construction. In many of the Jersey Shore towns, and I'm only saying Jersey because those are the ones I know. I guess some of the Maryland ones as well. They build their homes with about 3 to 5 feet above ground. Then their first floors are basically either mud rooms, laundry rooms, maybe a couple of bedrooms. Go up the stairs, and then that's where their main room is, their kitchen, et cetera, et cetera. That obviously hadn't been done here. Is that something we should be talking about?
Well, I think the only thing that we've been talking about is just compliance with the floodplain. And right now, the floodplain, the base flood elevation +1 for single family homes is just high enough where people are able to bring in extra fill, bring in maybe a slightly lower garage, and be able to meet the requirements.
Right.
If you run into a problem such as the Jersey Shore, such as Key Largo, in those areas out in the Keys, their floodplain is so high that they have to put the homes up on stilts
Yes.
because of the base flood elevation and the storm surge being in an AE zone. So here, it's still working without doing that. I thought you were leading into something else with maximum height, because that's a whole other.
Go ahead, though. But so it's something that's just not necessary here.
No, it's not necessary, because even when they build into the dune and they're building frangible walls.
No, then all the flooding on these towns, and they're all barrier island towns, is coming from the Bayside.
Yes,
Like ours would be coming from the Intracoastal.
yes. I mean, unless there's a breakthrough.
Yes,
But- and-
but that's very rare.
And what I'm trying to let you know is that from a technical standpoint, we could have a breakthrough because everyone's building into the dune. And so they can drive into it. Those walls that are facing the ocean are frangible walls. Those walls are designed to blow in and allow that water pressure to push out onto A1A so that
What
it
do you mean
doesn't,
they're designed to?
they're called frangible walls. They are walls that face the ocean,
Yeah.
that instead of your house being knocked over and having all this pressure built up and losing your foundation, we are building the home on stilts, just like you would see it, but it's surrounded by earth. And those walls that face the ocean, they might be 8-inch concrete CMU walls, but they're not designed to hold.
Oh.
And because then it puts too much pressure and then you could push the building over. They're designed to be frangible
Let the water go right through.
and blow that wall through. We're not allowed to, they're not supposed to have electrical panels on those walls. There's a lot of rules and regulations, even though they may be above the floodplain, the base flood elevation. They're still designed, they have to be designed in what's called the VE zone.
Gotcha.
On the ocean. So that's why I'm saying you can protect the dunes, but with the houses are being built like this design. So, once it blows through that wall, that garage door is going up and all the water's coming right through down the driveway.
So at the Clarendon, what they have is a garage right next to the building. And on the ocean side, they have these large holes cut into the wall, a concrete wall, that's covered with a vent. And so when the water comes, it can push that vent in, and you got 2 massive holes that lets the water go through. Unfortunately, if there's vehicles on the other side in the garage, when that's happening, they're all gone.
Yeah, but it releases all that pressure.
Releases. So otherwise, it'll just collapse the whole garage.
Gotcha. Okay, got it. Thank you, Jeff.
You got it.
Very good. Very good.
But they're covered, the holes are covered with vents, so you would think it's just like air conditioning. or
Yeah,
something.
but that's the weakest point, and that's gonna let it go through.
And they'll
Yep.
just blow out.
Okay,
In fact, on the inside, they only have wooden lattice work to cover it, so you wouldn't
Sure.
care or know.
okay. Council, anything? Nothing? Marshall, got anything left?
Sure, if we turn to page 1372. No, the quickest thing is, we'll do a more formal presentation, but we did win the award for South Florida for the best tasting water.
Yeah, we need to bring that.
So we're number 1. So we got a big trophy coming and we have the smaller trophy and then we go to the state competition in a couple weeks up in Orlando.
That's
See if
very
we can't
exciting.
bring home best tasting water in the state of Florida.
That's
Wait,
wonderful.
that's 3 number ones this year. Number 1 safest,
Yep.
number 1 BCO here, Jeff Remus, building county
Right,
official.
right.
And number 1 water. I dare any town to challenge us with 3 number 1s. Where are they? Glenn, any of your municipalities?
Little old Highland Beach.
Gotta get one of those wrestling belts you guys wear.
There you go. Love it. Okay, at 5:44, don't turn that off. At 5:44, we will adjourn. Thank you all. Marathon.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What?